All right. In the words of the illustrious Councilman Jones, the hour is 9 a.m. The date is October 20th, and I hereby call to order the Personnel Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Covert, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Morgan, Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Warren,
Present.
Chair Carla.
Present. Good morning, everyone. We have 3 items on today's agenda. We will call the first item. The item number 1, the appointment to the Memphis Alcohol Commission of Ms. Claudette Boyd. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Jones moved it. Second.
Johnson second.
Here, Councilman Jones moving it, Councilman Warren with the second. Ms. Boyd, if you're on the line, if you would give us your name and address and a little bit about why you'd like to serve in this position. Staff, do we have Ms. Boyd?
Yeah, she's on the line. She may be on mute.
Let's see.
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Start all over again.
Yes, ma'am, if you don't mind.
Okay. My name is Claudette Boyd. I'm a lifelong Memphian. My home address is 713 Birthstone Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee. I'm a graduate of Melrose High School and of the University of Memphis. I'm a retired captain from the Memphis Police Department, where I served for 32 years, working in the Orange Mound community. And I would love to be a part of anything that's involving service to my community, since this has been my background for so many years. And I'm delighted to be a part of the Alcohol Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd, and thank you for your service to the city of Memphis. Colleagues, do we have any questions for our appointee? Seeing none, we will stay with a roll call vote per the governor's order. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Covert, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Present.
and Chair Carlisle.
This item passes. Thank you. Colleagues, moving on to item number 2, the appointment of the Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board. Ms. Hayes, do we have Mr. Lonesome Interier on the phone? I messed that up.
I don't see him on the
This
line
is-
yet.
This is Dabney. I just got a text from him. He's logging on now.
Okay. I'll tell you what, let's move to item number 3, and then we'll take item number 2 at the same time when he's on. So we're going to move to item number 3, the appointment of Memphis and Shelby County Building Code Authority of Mr. Carlos Pfeiffer and Ms. Megan Medford. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
So moved.
Warren moved it, Jones with a second. Mr. Pfeiffer, if you'll give us your name and address for the record and a little bit about why you'd like to serve.
You're muted, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Sorry about that. My name is Carlos Pfeiffer. My address is 723 Briston Lane, Collierville, Tennessee. I'm excited about serving on this board. I've been in the construction industry for about 18 years. Hopefully some of our experience and new technology and things we've learned in the trade would add some great value to some of the inputs and policies and stuff that we might be able to assist you guys on. So we look forward to it. Want to bring some value and some input that might help the board in future decisions and processes.
Thanks, sir. Ms. Medor, if you'll give us your name, address for the record, and a little bit about yourself as well.
Good morning. My name is Asia Metter. I reside at 5086 North Angela Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38117. I am a transplant from Texas by way of Arkansas after finishing my graduate studies. And I've been in Memphis now for 12 years. I'm a practicing attorney, and being here for 12 years, I consider myself a legit full-fledged Memphian. I would like to serve on the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board because as a civilian, a mother, and a practicing attorney, I have a vested interest in ensuring that those who are charged with enforcing the law are doing so lawfully. Also, as a legal professional.
I'm sorry, I messed up. I called you out of order. I should have called Ms. Medford. That's my fault. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I did not sleep very well last night, so
Now, how am I going to remember what I just said?
I know it was so good too. That's my fault, colleague. I apologize.
It's okay.
Ms. Medford, if you'd give us it was Medder and Medford, if that's any consolation. Ms. Medford, if you'll give us your name and address for the record, since we're hearing your item. And Ms. Medor, I am so sorry.
My name is Megan Medford. I live at 529 West Clover, Memphis, Tennessee, 38120. President of Medford Roofing, started it 11 years ago. We have an office here and in Nashville and licensed in Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas. And I think it's great to bring on a roofer this year because the 2018 codes are about to go into effect. And the R value and insulation, it's going to increase. And we're running into these problems all over right now. We're doing the convention center and we do a lot of Shelby County schools, and the insulation height has been so high. We have to raise penetrations and the flashings are too low. And so there's a lot of things that are going to change next year when these new codes come to effect. So I think it's great to bring on a roofer, and I'd love to help.
Great, thank you. Thank you to both of you. I see Dr. Warren has a question. Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just was wondering, this is a Memphis City organization, correct? And I'm wondering, do we have or is this?
It's a joint agency.
Joint agency. Okay,
yes, sir.
Good. That was my question. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, just for everyone listening, Memphis and Shelby County Building Code Authority is underneath, or our code is underneath John Zena's group. And so we can have residents outside of the city proper. Well, look, I am just for a comment, I'm excited to have both of you, Mr. Pfeiffer. I really am excited about bringing ideas that can speed up our technology for code and for the building authority. I know that that's one way that we can continue to look at downstream revenue. Getting and issuing permits in a much more simplistic way will generate revenue and get projects up and off the ground. And Ms. Medford, really looking forward to tackling some of those roofing issues, especially we have an older commercial building stock in the city. So really look forward to what you both can bring to the table. With that, colleagues, seeing no other members in the queue, I'll take it to a roll call vote. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll on item number 3?
Okay. Councilman Canale, Councilman Covett, Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Thank you. colleagues, do we have Mr. Lonesome Etnery on the phone? Or staff?
I don't see him on the line yet.
All right, so let's take item number 2, and we're going to just do Ms. Metter, and we will try and get Mr. Etnery, Lonesome Etnery rescheduled. So item number 2, the appointment of Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board of Mr. of Ms. Asia Diggs Metter. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
So moved.
Logan, second.
I've got Councilman Warren moving it and Councilwoman Logan with the second. Ms. Metter, main event.
All right, I'm ready. Jim Metter, residing at 5086 North Angela Road in Memphis, Tennessee. I've been a Memphian for 12 years, and I'm presently general counsel for a regional health and social services nonprofit headquartered here in Memphis. And I believe that what I can offer to the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board is that through my experience as a legal professional, I've had.
You accidentally muted yourself, ma'am.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize I touched the computer. I believe that what I can bring to CLRB is through my legal profession, I've had the opportunity to represent both governmental and nonprofit employers. And I understand the need for objectivity. And I believe that I can balance objectivity with the many compliance issues that will ultimately be an issue with the board, as well as balancing that with community expectations. And as a civilian and a mother, I just have a vested interest in ensuring that law enforcement are rendering their duties lawfully.
Thank you, ma'am. Colleagues, any questions for our appointee? Well, again, I'm very thrilled you're willing to serve. I had a chance to look over your resume, hook 'em. Rough weekend, a couple weekends ago out on the gridiron, but thank you so much for being your willingness to serve and bringing your skill set and your knowledge and your perspective to the Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board. Just really appreciate your willingness to serve. Colleagues, seeing no other questions or comments.
Councilman,
Yes.
Mr. Michael is on the line.
All right. Well, we moved this one item, so we'll just call it as a special item since we've only brought her to the floor. So let's make a roll call vote on Ms. Metter, and then we'll bring him as a separate item. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Okay, Councilman Canale, Councilman Kovac, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Thank you, Ms. Metter. Colleagues, item number 4 on today's agenda. Appointment to the Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board of Mr. Michael Lonesome Etnery. I hope I didn't mess it up. May I please have a second or a motion and a second to hear this item?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Jones. Mr. Lonesome Etnery, are you on? If you could say your name and address for the record and a little bit about why you'd like to serve.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Lonesome Etnery. The reason why, and I just want to say thank you, everyone, for having me here on this call and giving me this opportunity to be considered to joining the Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board. So I'm a military guy. I've been in the Navy for 19 years, kind of towards the end of my career. And part of my charge as a service member is just to serve not only on the federal level, but also the communities that I'm in. When I wear the uniform, the cloth of our nation, I think how I represent the organizations, the United States Navy, as well as the people that I serve. So having this opportunity to continue my service and to make a difference in the community at large has always been something that's very important to me. Of course, with the tumultuous times we've been living in, I felt the need to do more, and I just didn't know how. And thanks to having some friends in the community, and I was nominated for this opportunity, and it's humbling, and it's something that's I find really important and passionate about. Just making sure that I'm creating helping create that bridge between the civilian community as well as our members in uniform and law enforcement realm, and to create transparency and just to de-escalate. So it's that's why I'm here, and that's why I volunteered to be a part of this. And I guess that's all I have to say about that. And thank you.
Yeah, by the way, my apologies for butchering your name. It's becoming common practice for this committee.
I'm used to it. It's fine. It takes a while. I go by Lonesome. I mean, I've been lonesome all my life, I say, so.
Yes, sir. Well, again, thank you, and thank you for your service to the country and to the city. Colleagues, any questions for our appointee? Seeing none, colleagues, will take this to a roll call vote. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Kovac, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Colleagues, seeing no other business before this committee, the Personnel Committee of the City of Memphis hereby stands adjourned.
Councilman, if we could have a moment to switch over to the next committee meeting. Councilman Ford, we're ready when you are.
We ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Morning, everyone. All right, I'd like to call the Economic Development, Technology, and Tourism Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Councilman Smiley,
Present.
Councilman Carlisle. Oh, thank you. Councilman Carlisle,
Present.
Councilman Canale. Covette. Easter Thomas.
Present.
Johnson.
Present.
Jones.
Here.
Logan.
Present.
Morgan.
Here.
Robinson. Swearingen.
Aye.
Warren.
Present.
And Chairman Ford.
Present. All right, we have one item, and that's a resolution requiring MWBE reports on all physical-based requests seeking approval by the Memphis City Council. This was sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. I'm going to turn it over to you, Ms. Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, you all. Chair, I would like to move this item for discussion.
Okay, can I get a motion in a second? Okay. We got a motion in a second. Who was the motion and who was the second? Y'all please forgive me. It's hard for me to hear today, okay? Yeah.
Easter Thomas with the motion and Jones with the second.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Can someone just put up the resolution on the screen for referral? So that the public is able to see this as well. Are you able to pull that up? Do you need presenter status?
I can present it if someone gives me organizer privileges. Thank you.
Thank you, good sir. Colleagues, as you see, this resolution is requesting MWBE reports on all fiscal requests that are seeking approval from this body. We can't deny the inequities that are faced by certain racial groups within the economy of our city. With over 60% Black population in Memphis, data showed last council meeting that only 22.93% of our city spending goes to MWBE certified businesses. And of that 22.93%, 16.61 of that is Black business. Last fiscal year, same presentation from last council meeting, we spent over $800 million in this city. So far this year, when considering expenditures, many of you asked what is the MWBE percentage. So this resolution simply asks for all city divisions, as well as quasi-governmental agencies such as the Airport Authority, MATA, Downtown Memphis Commission, EDGE, MLGW, and et cetera, to provide us with those MWBE percentages prior or while requesting any fiscal approval. If percentages are not available, their goals can be provided with their utilization plan, which is something that they do anyway. This resolution does not set percentages for MWBE participation, as the Office of Business and Diversity and Compliance is diligently working to improve these numbers as they show us often. But this will also aid their office with having more compiled data. So I believe that we need to ensure as a body that we are knowledgeable of MWBE expenditures as well as goals so that we all can remain aware of how we're going to move towards more transparency and more equity in our bureaucracy, in our governmental processes. So with this, colleagues, I ask for your support as well as any co-sponsors who also would like to sign on to this, as it is simply requesting those percentages when we are seeking fiscal approval. And I present these with same 9 minutes.
Jones would like to be a co-sponsor.
Logan
Thank
as
you,
well.
Councilman Jones. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan.
Johnson as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you for presenting.
I
Anyone
see
else?
Councilman Warren is in the chat that says me too.
Yep. Okay. I got first, I think, Worth Morgan. Then we'll come back and then we can make sure everybody's name is added on, okay, as a co-sponsor, okay? Councilman Morgan first, Jeff Warren, and then Councilman Smiley. Y'all can go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two quick questions. First one actually to Mr. Jones. Didn't you write and we passed something similar about 4 years ago? Because I feel like we haven't seen a presentation in a long time that didn't include the MWBE numbers. And that was going to be also my question to the administration of if this passed, what would change? Because I feel like this is information that's we already get.
No, Mr. Morgan, there was nothing that addresses this. I would have to, my memory doesn't serve me well, but I don't see anything that I presented as a resolution that encompasses what Ms. Thomas is trying to do. I think I may have, I don't know if it's alluding to this. One of the things that I requested was that information that's presented to us is presented to us in a disaggregated manner, because when you talk about MWBE, a lot of times the W is a larger component of that. And so until we see the disaggregated data, we really don't know what the numbers are. So that's what I can recall without having to dig through the records or the archive.
Okay, and is there anybody from the administration, are there any city divisions that currently don't track or report their MWBEs, or any of these quasi-governmental agencies that don't?
Can I respond to that, Chair, while we're waiting on administration to chime in? I'll just give an example. So for an item that's coming up today in our budget committee, if we look at the paperwork that's provided us, they do not have MWBE data on there. So it would just be simply as on page 54 that asks for revenue to approve to rehabilitate a flood control pump station. They say how much they need, but they don't say what their expenditures will be for MWBE. So it will simply just be asking for those percentages while they ask for fiscal approval. So if they are doing that, I haven't seen it so far this year. But I would look for administration to come on and chime in on that.
Do we have anybody from the administration yet?
Chief McGowan's on.
We can get in touch with Ms. Nancy. Give us 1 moment.
Chief McGowan?
Yes, sir.
Morning. Yeah.
Several questions were asked, I believe. The answer to the first one is no. There is no division or pseudo-governmental organization quasi that does not track MWB expenditures. To Mr. Jones's point, we have all of the data that's disaggregated, and that presentation will be made, and we track it that way. Third, I don't know how this will change what we do. This is the first time I've heard what practically was being asked of us. So we'll look into that and determine what those processes are to report, because I don't know how it's different from what we're doing today. Again, today is the first time that I've heard what is being requested of us to do. I guess the final comment is we are all eager, as we have been, to work for the last 4 years to improve this. Recall that we were under 12% in 2016. Now we're at 23% and actually 27% when you count those that are minorities that are not certified. So we are all aligned on the fact that we want to increase spending amongst those businesses that have not had the opportunity in the past. So, and we are doing that.
Chair, can I respond to that as well?
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chief McGowan, for just ensuring us that the administration is working towards this in tandem with us. As I stated before, and then also to Councilman Morgan, this is different because we aren't provided those percentages on the front end. I'm sure that you track it, but as I explained, as a great example for items in the budget committee, just included on the sheet. because we're going to act it anyway. So that's all that this resolution is asking, is that you just put the numbers on there on the front end. So that's the only difference. And since you all say you track it anyway, I'm sure it wouldn't be that much of a hassle.
Okay.
Request to be noticed, please.
Yes, go right ahead, Chief.
Good morning, council members. This is Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer for the city, 5343 Mason Road, Memphis 38120. I would like to respond in regard to the state revolving loan requests that are on today's committee reports. We do report those separately on the MWB report, and I'm waiting to see if Director Massey is going to join on this discussion, but we do report those separately, but because they are through a subrecipient, we count them separately, but we did include them in the FY20 MWBE report that was presented at last council meeting. And I'm sure as we approach those in Budget Committee and for the Public Works Committee, that Director Connect would be glad to respond to any questions related to MWBE response related to the state revolving loan transactions. Thank you.
Okay. Go right ahead, Ms. Thomas.
Just to reiterate, Chair, this is simply just asking for those numbers on the front end so we don't have to do all that asking later. So that we'll be able to see it with our documents as well as the public when they review it, as they can click in either during council meetings or before. It's just simply asking for the numbers ahead of time, the same way you give us all the other information. So I just wanted to just reiterate that it's not transformational in the sense of I'm not asking to set percentages. I'm not asking to track data that hasn't been tracked. I'm not even saying that nobody has been doing their job. I'm just observing that we ask this question all the time. What is the MWBE? What is the MWBE? So since we ask it all the time, obviously it's something that we want to know. So I would just ask that we go ahead and put it on all fiscal approvals.
Okay.
But I see there's other people in the queue, so I don't want to keep responding there.
Councilman Morgan, were you finished or did you have some other things to say?
I'm all set. Thanks, Chair.
I appreciate it. Dr. Warren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to be added as co-sponsor.
Okay. Councilman Smiley?
Same as Dr. Warren added.
Okay. Councilman Jones?
Thank you. I just wanted to, comment in to clarify and probably to support what my colleague is trying to accomplish with this. When we saw the numbers of the last report presented, that was really our first time seeing it in totality. And so I think the spirit of this is to say that if we see something trending in a particular direction, based upon everything that's or what's next to be presented to us, we'll know at the end of this quarter, because it has already been presented, of how that spend is going. So if anything, if it's something that's already being tracked, I don't see how it could be a challenge to the administration to include it.
Okay.
Those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Ford, Mr. McGowan, we're just asking to let us know beforehand. Can you make that possible? Because we want to, after that, we're going to vote on that, and then we want same night minutes. Will y'all be able to do that for us and then let us know for our evening meeting?
Chief McGowan, we'll certainly look at the resolution as it's written and let you know if there's any challenges, but just Mr. Jones's point, we never presented this as to be a challenge to us. We just simply said this is the first time we've heard what we're being asked of us. So we'll look at it today and get back to you by the meeting tonight about if there's any more information we need to implement this.
I appreciate that. I don't have anyone else in the queue. We've got a motion and a second, ready for a vote. And as you vote, you can say that you want to be a co-sponsor also. Thank you. Please call the roll.
Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Canale. Councilman Covette.
Yes. Co-sponsor.
Thank you, Councilman Covette. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes, co-sponsor as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye, and co-sponsor.
Councilman Morgan.
Abstain.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye, co-sponsor.
Councilman Warren.
Aye, co-sponsor.
Councilman Smiley.
Co-sponsor.
Chair Ford.
Aye, co-sponsor. Thank you.
Excuse
right.
me, please put me down as a co-sponsor, Councilwoman Robinson. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate everyone. If there's no further business, this committee is adjourned.
Councilmembers, if you could give us a moment to switch over to the Budget Committee. Chairman Jones, we are ready.
Good morning, everybody. The hour is 9:38 a.m. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's Budget Committee. Simon, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Logan.
Aye. Present.
Councilman Colvette.
Sir.
Councilwoman Robinson. Is present.
Present.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chairman Jones.
Present. Excuse me. Colleagues, we have 4 items on the agenda for this morning, and we'll take them in the order as presented. The first is a resolution to accept $15 million from the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund, SRF 2021-451, for project number SW05001, a citywide sewer collection system assessment and rehabilitation program. This affects all council districts and it's sponsored by the administration. Is there anyone from the administration to speak on this item? Okay, saying none, we don't necessarily need it. We are accepting money here. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Okay.
Second, Logan.
Okay. It was moved by Canale, seconded by Logan. Is not seeing anyone in the queue. Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilman Colvette.
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Yes. Councilman Smiley,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Canali,
Yes.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
and Chairman Jones.
Aye, that item passes. Second item we have is a resolution regarding residency of applicants for the Council Emergency Relief Program, CERP, administered by the Office of Business Diversity and Compliance. This item is sponsored by the administration.
Good morning, Councilman. This is Ken Moody. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Good morning, sir. And welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'll be speaking to this item. Earlier this year, the council approved $5 million for small business grants to be administered by the OBDC office. To date, we've received some 500 applications. We've approved about 140 of those to the tune of about 1.6 million. The current resolution states that the business and the business owner must reside in the city of Memphis. We're simply asking the council to amend it to say the business has to reside in the city of Memphis, but the business owner can live in Shelby County. We know that there are businesses in our city that need this help, and because their owner lives in Shelby County, not the city of Memphis, they've not been able to either be approved or apply. As I stated, we've gotten some 500 and we've only approved 140, and some of those that we've not approved has been because the owner doesn't live in the city of Memphis. So again, we're still requiring the business to be in the city of Memphis. We're simply asking that the business owner can reside in Shelby County so we can help more businesses within our city.
Okay, we have questions from Councilman Smiley, followed by Easter Thomas. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Brother Chair. Mr. Moody, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Councilman. How are you?
All right, quick question for you. So I just want to know how this, or will this have an impact on these smaller businesses? So my thinking is, if the owner of a business lives, outside the city limits, I'm assuming the owner has, financial, is more wealthy, right? And I'm assuming if the individual is more wealthy, he may have more resources. And I'm just concerned about if we expand the scope of this, these smaller businesses where individuals don't have the resources to live outside of these city limits or far from their business will end up losing out on resources. Is this a situation where we simply don't have enough entities or businesses being able to access the funds, or is it a situation where we're trying to help someone who is well off?
No, Council, those businesses that you're concerned about, they currently now have that opportunity to apply for those loans. And so we're giving them, again, the initial resolution stated you had to live in the city of Memphis and your business has to be there. So those businesses that you're referring to now currently have that opportunity. I mean, I can't say that a person that lives in Shelby County is more wealthy. There's some wealthy people that live inside the city of Memphis as well, too. And so, again, we're trying to just only help those businesses that are inside the city of Memphis that need help and have been affected by this COVID-19 virus.
So is it a situation where we just don't have enough people applying for the funds, or is that the situation?
I think that's part of it. Again, I know the office is doing some direct marketing. We've done a lot of advertisement for it to make sure that people are aware of it. I do know that Director Massey, I think, is participating in Councilwoman Logan's business deal that's coming up soon to do more of that marketing. And so we've done a lot. I mean, the council can help us get that word out. But I think, again, we've done a whole lot to make sure that those businesses inside the city of Memphis do know that it exists. I think we've made the requirements easy enough for them to apply. This is just to continue. We're helping business in Memphis. Those businesses in Memphis hire Memphians. And so again, I don't think that it hurts those businesses who have a chance right now to already apply any more than it already does.
That's all for now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smiley.
Thank you, Mr.
Councilwoman Issa Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions and the one is just because I don't know. The first one, are there not any business grants provided by Shelby County that they could apply for? Because I know Shelby County got COVID funds as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do. And again, I think those grants that Shelby County allow those businesses to be in Shelby County. Our grants only for those businesses that are in the city of Memphis. But to answer your question, I'm pretty sure they do.
So in essence, if they would apply for both, they would get both COVID grants from Memphis and Shelby County, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay. Okay. And then my second question is for the individuals that for the businesses that have came across with this issue, how many of those are MWBE?
I don't have that number in front of me now, Councilwoman. We can get that to you, but right now I don't know what that number is.
Okay. So I would just be interested in that to see. And I know that you said these businesses are Memphis businesses, but just from me thinking, if you're able to double dip in essence, get county funds and city funds, even though you yourself don't live in the city, it just kind of seems like we're giving money away, even though those businesses are in Memphis. I know it's kind of a double thing, but all right, those are my questions. Thank you, Chair. Just thinking it out on myself.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I mean, I appreciate Mr. Moody. I think I just throw a couple things out there while everybody's kind of processing the request. Just to add some perspective, it is October 20th. The year ends in 2.5 months, and barring a federal amendment of the CARES Act or a new CARES Act amending the current guidance, we better spend that money or we're going to lose it. And so keep that in mind while you're processing is we're running out of time to get the funds out the door. Secondly, as far as double dipping, just to be frankly honest, they can quadruple dip, quintuple dip. There's the PPP program, there's state grants, there are nonprofit grants. So I wouldn't necessarily, I hear the concern generally, but there are so many buckets of money, we wouldn't even be able to track what funds they're getting. And for me, the purpose was to help Memphians, certainly, but also to help businesses that own properties and pay property taxes. And if we're not careful and we don't support those businesses, we're going to end up don't think about the individual necessarily as much as where that business is located, because if they close down, we're going to have a much bigger prolonged issue with a tax base that is much more difficult to get back up and running, in addition to the employment base, which we've got 75,000 people unemployed. And so we have an opportunity here to inject capital into our marketplace, even if that person may reside. And I'll also agree with Mr. Moody that just because an individual lives in the county, I mean, they can live in unincorporated Shelby County and pay, no municipal income tax. I mean, they may live in a house that is, as affordable as any other place in the city. So I would say be leery of making a gross assumption about someone's fiscal state based on where they live. For me, I would love to hear what everybody else's thoughts are, but I'm going to attempt to rely on what we're hearing in the feedback from the administration and the fact that the clock is winding down on us, barring CARES Act change. So I'm inclined to support this from the administration because they're the ones that are day in and day out trying to execute the will of the body. And I think what I'm hearing is they're having trouble getting cash out the door, and we've got a limited window. But anyway, those are some of my thoughts. I hope you'll all take them into consideration. With that, I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carlisle. Councilwoman Issa Thomas, let me recognize Councilwoman Logan. She hasn't spoken yet. And then
Smiley was on there before me too.
Oh, okay.
I yield.
But I'll yield to Logan as well.
Yeah, Ms. Smiler, let me hear from Councilwoman Logan, and then we have you, and then Issa Thomas in the queue again. Councilwoman Logan.
I just had a request. I really would like to hear from Director Massey as well in terms of her comments on this topic. Is she available?
I'm not sure. I'll see if we can get her on, but she is aware that we discussed this and she is aware, but we can try to get her on.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. You're back.
Councilwoman Issa Thomas.
Councilwoman, she's about to log in. She was finishing up another meeting.
Okay, I see Councilman Smiley doesn't have a question. 2 follow-up questions after those comments. I know that time is ticking down, but I know that also constituents who have applied for these funds said that there has been a lag, or there had been a lag of actual getting out the funds. So if we're just wondering, since it is October and there seems to be a super rush, which it should be, because time is ticking down, what was the holdup in the first place? That's my first question.
Okay, yeah, Councilwoman, I mean, this was a new process for us. Again, these are CARES Act dollars, and the federal government were continuing to making sure that they gave us direct direction as to how we gave these dollars out and who they went to. And so for us, this is the first time we've done that. And so we have smoothed out our process. And so it is working now. It is flowing now. And so monies will be going out soon.
Okay. I was just wondering, because I don't want us in a haste to make sure that we're spending our money, that we're just giving it out. But then my second question was, and correct me if I'm wrong from what I was listening to you say earlier, if we want to make sure that these funds get distributed before the deadline, so we want to change residency requirements, what have been the restrictions holding back Memphis businesses, and are there any requirements that we can change for Memphis businesses to help them receive these grants instead of our first option being to change residency to help Shelby County residents receive these grants?
Well, they're still Memphis businesses, though. That's what he's saying.
I mean, no, but that's not the question. The question is, what are the restrictions to why more Memphis residents with Memphis businesses can't get these grants, since we are, with this resolution, trying to accommodate more Shelby County residents with Memphis businesses, which is fine, but I'm asking for what requirements can help us get more Memphis residents, which was the intention of this written resolution in the first place with Memphis businesses. So what can we do to help them first, and then can we add that along with this?
Yeah, I'm hoping Director Massey will join on soon, because her office has been the one that has been in direct contact, receiving the applications, talking to the applicants, and have been the ones who have been the denying for whatever reason. Again, I do know some of it has been residency. Some of it has been because some of those business owners do not live in the city of Memphis. Some of their application has not been completely filled out that we require. And again, I know her staff works with those businesses to try to help them complete the application in a way that is satisfactory to us in the federal government. But I'm sure there are many other reasons why. But again, that's something I think Director Massey could address.
Okay, because, well, I guess if Director Massey is able to get on and answer that, because you said about the residency, but that's not the purpose. I just want to know what's the other restriction for us getting grants to other small minority and women businesses in the city.
With Ms. Massey not being on, and as the maker of this resolution that the council approved, I just wanted to chime in on this. You know, if I was deliberate in the wording of this and making this for Memphis businesses, because I was aware that Shelby County business, and you know, I understand that there are businesses that can double and triple dip with the available funds here. And so from the standpoint of there's always been, and I know I'm going to go to tangent a bit here, but I still go on this premise that Memphis subsidizes all of the region. And we're the ones who are left with the burden of everything. And so, I was so offended when I first moved home and going out in unincorporated Shelby County. And some of the development subdivisions out there, the selling point was no city taxes, as a way to escape Memphis and still expect city type of services, but to pay no city taxes. So, this is a way, if we need to, before we expand it outside the city limits of Memphis, I would say we make the amount available for grants for those businesses in Memphis greater. That's a way to address this. If we're having a problem spending this money, which I don't think, you all do the daily work, I don't know, but I would say if we're having that challenge, we up the amount that we're making for these particular grants. I go back and look at this whole COVID Act, CARES Act, everything here. We need to incentivize and say to businesses, you've made a sacrifice. You may have had the ability to go outside of Memphis, but you didn't. For us to, and I see this as a way for us to say, thank you for doing so. So I would be voting against this, and I would encourage my colleagues to vote against this because they have available these same monies that Shelby County. I don't know how they administer that. I'm not responsible for that. None of us is responsible for how Shelby County does that. But for a business, Memphis is still a part of Shelby County. So if that business owner has a business in Memphis but lives in unincorporated Shelby County or any other part of this county, I would say that there should be available funds and their pool of money should be from those dollars as opposed to this money that the council deliberately and intentionally set aside for those business owners who, in addition to their businesses being located in Memphis, live in Memphis. One of the other things I too want to add is that we approved this back in May. Mr. Moody, when was this announcement made? Or when you all gave the green light to start accepting applications?
I would say we probably started accepting applications somewhere around late August, early September.
So we're talking at least a whole month of June because this was approved before the budget was. June and July, and everybody knew that the clock was ticking on this. So before we expanded, and this whole COVID crisis has lasted longer than anybody would have expected. And so I would contend that those business owners in Memphis, when we were contemplating this in May, we were a good 3 months in it. We had no idea that we would be close to November. All of us, and I can't speak for all of us, but I was hopeful that we would be somewhat past this, and we're probably going to another spike in the number of cases. And so I think that we'll have another round of our businesses being affected, those in Memphis, that this program should be reserved for those businesses that are domiciled in Memphis and whose owners live in Memphis also.
If I can just comment to one point you made, Councilman, also to know too that, and it's something our CFO can speak to, the requirements from the federal government continue to change. And so we got feet from May until September. The requirements continue to change, and as they were changing, we were also making those adjustments as well.
No, I get all of that. We have Councilwoman Robinson and Councilwoman Johnson in the queue.
Chairman, John, I was also in the queue prior to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back to Councilwoman Logan, then Robinson and Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to encourage all of my colleagues to make certain that we are informing all of our constituents and the businesses in our districts about this, because I too agree that the businesses that are in Memphis, of those citizens that reside in Memphis, should have priority. And, the residency is what it is in terms of how the resolution was written. So if we could really get out there and inform our constituents and make sure they're applying for this money, that would go a long way as a means to get the information out instead of changing the residency, as been requested. And that if we had to, that would have to be a last resort. But I do think that, making sure that all of our people in our district, the business owners know first, should be a priority as well. And making sure that we're doing as much marketing and advertising on the platforms that the businesses seek is important in getting this money out. Because as you said, it's almost December and they still don't have these funds. And I know businesses in my district have desperately been requesting and inquiring. And that's why I'm, doing the town hall meeting to have Ms. Massey on to tell them exactly what to do, how to apply. And that's another thing, knowing how to apply and what to do to apply is important too. So and I'm sure you all have been letting people know, but as we see here, we haven't given out much of the money at all to the businesses and they desperately need it. So I would just, love to see all of us having some community awareness and engagement around this money that's available to them. Thank you, Chair. You're back.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Robinson, followed by Johnson and Warren.
Good morning.
Good
morning.
Morning.
I has Ms. Massey on because I wanted to ask a couple of questions around deadlines. I do believe that we ought to give our Memphis businesses first choice, but if they don't apply or don't meet the criteria, then we have to have a plan B already in place, because it's my understanding the money has to be out the door by the end of December. We are now at the end of October. We only have 2 months and we've got to do a lot of work to do that. I had a meeting in my district and shared the information, but the attendance, and I've asked them to share with other business owners, wasn't what I thought it should have been. So we've got a little work to do, but we've got to have a timeline. We've got to know when it's drop dead date. And I would think that we may need to have a pool of some other applicants if we get down to the wire and we need to distribute those funds. My nightmare that things that keep me up at night is having to send the government their money back. I don't want to do that. I want to make sure that we use those dollars where they're needed. If our businesses that are in Memphis, that are owned by Memphians, if they're not interested, we can't do anything about it. If they don't have don't meet the criteria, there's nothing we can do about that. But something we can do is have another plan in place so that those dollars are spent and we don't have to send them back or pay them back. Is Joanne available to give me some idea about if we got 500, we only approve a little over 100, what's going on with those applicants? Why didn't they meet the criteria, so that we have some idea? And then is it possible that we can come up with a plan B so that we can address as many Memphians as possible? But we may need to have another plan. I don't plan, and I hope you don't plan on sending this money back.
Amen.
Joanne?
Chairwoman, she was pulled into a training, so I just spoke with her. She's doing a training at the moment.
Okay. Well, we don't have an answer to that question.
Until she does, she'll be on. We still have a few,
okay.
We still have a few minutes before our next committee meeting. So let's hear from the other council members, and could be more questions before she gets on. Councilwoman Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, for being recognized. My concern is for that business person. I may believe that business person may find themselves in a limbo situation. They live outside the city limits, but yet their businesses in Memphis. If funds are available for them from Shelby County, then are they going to receive any funds if the business is not in Shelby County, outside? They may have reservations about giving the money to the person living in Memphis, saying Memphis has funds available. So I would hate to see that person being placed in a limbo situation. As long as the business is within the city of Memphis, I think we should support it. We definitely don't want any businesses leaving. We want the individuals who are employed by the business to have jobs. It's a difficult situation. We're looking at a deadline of December 30th. I'm not sure all the other problems are in regards to getting all the Memphians own business and own residency, what the problems are. But if we're faced with making a decision today, I think we need to allow the businesses, regardless of where the business owners live, to actually receive the funding in order for them to stay afloat and alive here in Memphis. We need all businesses to keep going in Memphis. And I will be supporting this particular request. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Moody, can you tell me what the amount of grants that we're looking at now that you're wanting to award for people who have businesses in Memphis that live outside of Memphis?
I mean, there's not a specific dollar amount, Councilman. Again, we're just wanting to use existing funds to allow those businesses, again, that reside in Memphis.
Have you had any that have applied?
Sir?
Have any applied?
Yeah, again, I do know that Ms. Masters on. She sends me a weekly report. And I know in the last weekly report I got, there have been some 20 to 25 applicants that were denied for that specific reason. How much they would have gotten, I don't know that dollar amount. So there's not a designated dollar amount set aside for that particular group. We're looking at it in its totality that we've got $3.4 million now to get out to businesses in our city that needs it.
So the reason I'm asking this, and I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues, is we want to make sure that, I think Councilwoman Johnson is correct. These businesses in Memphis, we want to support them. I think my other council members are also correct, is we want to make sure that we don't spend all that money for people that don't live in Memphis and pay Memphis city taxes and own a business, if we've got other people who do live in Memphis and pay city taxes and own a business here. So I think that the answer is, if you have that information, like how much it is, and then what you're going to do to make sure that you get to Councilwoman Logan's businesses that need that money in 30 days, then we can do it. So perhaps what we could do is allow you to spend that money and get it out to those businesses in November after you brought us a report back about how much money that is. So we'll see how much money will be left for Memphis businesses. And then we put a big push on to try to make sure we get this money out to our local businesses that have local business owners. So I don't think we should say no to the people who've applied. My question is, what's the amount and will there be enough left over? And my concern is, same as Commissioner Councilwoman Robinson, is that we're probably not going to get all this out anyway. And so we need to make sure we're getting it all out. So as long as we can document, we're going to get to everyone in Memphis who lives here. I think if you can say you're going to push that, I think you'll get this through today. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, I do. I don't want to get lost too, Councilman, that from the time we started giving out these grants to the present, only those businesses that I think we're all concerned about that reside in the city of Memphis and their owners live in the city of Memphis, they're the only ones that have been able to apply up to this point. And so again, we're all concerned about those. And so we made sure that was a concerted effort that these were the priority, that only those businesses that live in Memphis and the owners that live in Memphis, they're the only one at this point that can apply and that can receive those.
So I think the issue that we've got is I think we're hearing from constituents, or at least some of my fellow council people are, that they're not able to get this money. So we need to change or up the ante on how we're trying to get the information out. I think, I'm going to vote for this to try to make sure we get it out to the businesses that are in Memphis that may not be owned by Memphians. But I think what we want is a real push to let people who are in Memphis know that we've got a whole bunch more money we want to get out to them because it's important for the economy. We want their businesses to stay flush and to keep going as we proceed. Thank you.
I think that's a fair ask, Councilman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, if it's okay with you, I see Ms. Massey's on the line. Perhaps now might be an appropriate time to yield back and allow, I know Chairwoman Robinson had some questions for her.
Hey, good morning, Ms. Massey, and welcome.
Right. Good morning, Council. Good morning.
Yeah, I think some of my colleagues may have a question for you. Was it you, Ms. Logan, who first had a question for Mrs. Massey before she was on the line?
Yes.
Okay, well, let me go back to you, and then I'll recognize Councilwoman Robinson, so you may be able to address the questions that they have, and then I'll go back to the queue.
Yes, I just wanted to know if what you are seeing in terms of the number of, I find it hard to believe that out of all of the businesses in Memphis who are owned by Memphians who have, reached out, I know in my district, that I find it hard to believe that we don't have enough businesses in Memphis that are owned by Memphis residents that, to get this money out. So I wanted to see what type of percentages and numbers or what the barriers are from them getting the money in the funds, and why the request for change in residency from your perspective.
So a lot of the businesses that are applying are not necessarily meeting the criteria as it is stated in the grant program right now. And we have had a multitude of applicants that we have had to work with on their applications, which is why Councilwoman Logan, I know that we have an informational in your district. Councilman Canali will be in your district soon, not just talking about the grants, but other resources and services. And we're continuing to ramp up that activity and those informationals to ensure that applicants know what they need to do in order to.
What have we done, or what's been done so far to introduce this to the community, to the business community? I haven't seen it.
Right. So we have put information out on social media. We've emailed to our directory, and again, just in the last month or so when this grant was announced, I know that it was included in the mayor's social media, as well as I believe his weekly newsletter and COVID update.
So in terms of advertising, it's mainly been on social media?
Social media and website platforms, yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. But in terms of the news or Tri-State Defender or the Epicenter, other nonprofit organizations, the churches and those areas, community leaders, how are we reaching out to them as well to get the small businesses in the communities made aware?
So Ms. Massey.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Councilwoman Wanda Logan, this is Ursula Madden, Chief Communications Officer for the city. We did do extensive social media, but we also got earned media from all of the television stations and the newspapers as well. We have been sending out that information to our list of churches and also to our community organizations, which Steve Schuler has an extensive list of community organizations, and Kim Minnie has an extensive list of churches that we directly mail that information to. So we have been communicating and continue to communicate about the potential for grants to be awarded by OBDC.
Okay, one last question, Chairman. Is it possible for us to look at having a certain amount of time that we deal with Memphis business only, and then as we get closer, open it up to those businesses that are in Memphis that may be outside, that live outside of Shelby County? Because I agree, we don't want to send any money back, but we do want to give those residents priority. So if we could have you all could set a timeline based on how long it takes and all of the ins and outs that about. But I think we should stick with what we have initially until a certain date. Then we open it up to others. But you all would have to set that date because you all know how long it takes and what the ramifications are in terms of time limits and things like that.
Yeah.
That would be. I yield back, Chair.
That's a great point, Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Robinson, I think you may have had a question for Ms. Logan. I'm sorry.
I have a question for Ms. Massey.
Ms. Massey, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Ms. Massey, and thank you for the session that you had in my district. I really appreciate it. My concern is that we've had approximately, and to make sure my numbers are right, 500 applicants, and only a little over 100 were able to, that you have been able to approve. Can you tell us why those other applicants were not approved so we can kind of have an idea of what's going on in the business community that are owned by business owners that live in Memphis?
So, as Mr. Moody indicated, I provide a biweekly report to him. That report includes denials based on, as mentioned here, residency, incomplete applications. Some of the applications have some inconsistencies in information that the applicants may be providing, such as the location of their business or their gross receipt numbers versus their tax returns. So my team and I, we evaluate all of the applicants to ensure that not only that they meet the criteria, but as mentioned before, because these monies are CARES Act money, federal funds, there's always a potential for the city to be audited on what has been submitted to us. So we're very careful to ensure that the applications are accurate and complete. So a lot of it is just, again, information that the applicants may not either understand or, again, they're submitting inconsistently or incorrectly.
Okay. So what you're saying to us is that we have a community of businesses that need some additional educational training around the financial aspects of their businesses. So that's something we can do moving forward in helping our communities and the businesses in our community. Let me ask one other question. Have we reached out to the chamber to just get a list of businesses where we can send directly information to those businesses that are in Memphis, and then we can check off the list that we have reached out to ones that we know are in the city, and I don't know if they only have a list of their members or if they have additional businesses as well, but I'm sure they do because they have to do recruiting. If we would just reach out to them and make that a last ditch effort. And to me, we have to move on, and I'm in agreement with Rhonda Logan. If you all would just give us a timeline so that we can get this money out the door in a reasonable time.
So, Councilwoman, if I could just answer, just clarifying your first point, you are exactly right. In our Entrepreneurs Network Center, we continue to offer financial literacy resources for businesses, as we all know in our community, and particularly with minority businesses and women-owned businesses, and just really small businesses in general. There's challenges in understanding or being able to fulfill the financial information that's required for different programs like this. I will say that as for the chamber, we had scheduled a informational for tomorrow, and I got notice that was being canceled and it'll be delayed today, or tomorrow. But we will reschedule with them, and I do appreciate the idea of asking them for a list of businesses, for which we will definitely do that.
Okay, thank you. And I believe, Council, that when we have programs like this moving forward, we probably need to require businesses to attend some form of workshop, just like we do for the police department, our crime prevention grants, so that they know what happens with the application process, how to fill it out, what information is required, and then Joanne or anybody else's staff that works for the city won't have to work so hard trying to figure out what they have and making numbers match. I know it's a very difficult job, and I applaud you, Joanne. I know it's difficult, but we all want to work together. We want to get this money out the door, and I believe that Councilwoman Logan I support her idea, and I would hope that all the council members will allow her to come back and share with us a timeline and what we need to do so that we can get the money out the door and do the best we can to reach out. And I need all council members to reach out to businesses in their districts as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson.
Back to me, Chair.
Carlisle, I think
Yes, sir.
you were next.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Massey. Yeah, I yielded the floor back.
I got you. I'd gone back to about.
Thank you, Chair.
When Mr. Smiley came out, then Johnson, Warren, Carlisle. I still got you in there, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Ms. Massey, first, I'd love to see those reports. If we could be added to that distribution list, that can't hurt. My question is, and also I'd love to see what the application, I assume it's on our website, so I probably can find that somewhere. Well, I'll take a look at that today. What is the atypical what is the atypical timing if I have everything together that I'm supposed to have and come to the DMV with all my documents? From the time I apply, you process my application and the capital is pushed out to my firm. What does that window of time look like?
So as Mr. Moody mentioned, this is a new process for us and one which has had changing criteria from our state treasury or the Treasury Department. And I know our CFO may be on to provide clarification for that, but it's been an ongoing process for us. And right now, without giving any exact timing, we are on the cusp of distributing funds to more than possibly 50 plus businesses very soon.
I mean, I can appreciate all of that as much as anybody else. What I'm trying to get an understanding for is it sounds like this is the first push, but going forward, where I'm going with this, just to let you know is, if you tell me, hey, we think it's going to be roughly 2 to 4 weeks to process your application, and the council delays this for 2 weeks or 4 weeks, and then we get into November, we're out of time. Because if it takes 4 weeks, we're already out of time. And so I'm trying to get an understanding of what we can expect as far as getting someone in the pipeline and approved or denied so that we don't run out of time. And I understand that that's somewhat cumbersome and difficult based on this being a new process and a new program, but we need something to aim for.
So
I'm sorry, Joanne, I'm going to interrupt. A couple of things. I know we've talked about a lot of the marketing and the financial literacy. Part of what this process includes is we have a contract with the Red Wing organization that has been doing marketing for us for some time now. And part of the process is that educational component that Joanna and her staff, as well as an outside entity that is also doing that financial literacy portion as well too. I think to your point, Councilman Carlisle, it has been a new process for us. I think we've finally gotten it fine-tuned. That I would say, and Director Kamaska can correct me, it's really a 2 to 3 week process before applications are submitted, approved, paperwork is going through the process to actually get funded. So I think we're legitimately looking at a 2 to 3 week process to get monies in the hands of those businesses.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
I'll take a look. Can I interject, Councilman Carlisle? I'm sorry to interrupt, but to better answer your question, I just texted with our CFO, and Chief Ford says, now that we're on track with everything, it takes about a week. She just approved 36 last night that were given to her yesterday.
Excellent. All right. So that gives us some time. Like I would prefer, the way I view this, maybe it's a preference language, maybe it's an incremental increase, a bonus percentage for living in Memphis and having a business. But I just go back to the basic fact that even though he had a different point to his statement, I agree with Councilman Jones when we talk about Memphis is the regional economic generator. We are trying to recruit and retain businesses. And the last thing we want to do is have a bucket of money for Memphis businesses that impact the local Memphis economy through sales tax, through property tax, and through employment. And because the principal or one of the managing partners may not live, and they may have partners that live in Memphis and the managing principal may not live in Memphis, that we put them in a position where they are going to have to close their doors, and this could have helped them. But I genuinely understand everyone's concerns about the council's philosophy on why the program, and Councilman Jones's wording on why he moved to have this program created. I am just very concerned about the timing. And at the end of the day, for me, I'm about supporting our local businesses. And certainly if they live in the city, no doubt want to get them to the front of the line. But all in all, a Memphis business is a Memphis business, and it helps the Memphis economy, and that helps all Memphis residents, period, end of story. So I'm very inclined to support this, but I'm happy to take maybe one more meeting to see how the program shakes loose, but I wouldn't want us to delay any further. So with that, I yield back, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, I want to remind you that we are running up on the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee meeting. And we do have quite a few more council members in the queue that would like to address this issue. Mr. Carlisle, would you be willing to make that as a motion to hold this for 2 weeks?
What I would do, Chair, is how about I make a motion to move it without recommendation and it be set on the council agenda in 2 weeks?
Okay. Is there any objection to that? Okay.
Chair,
yes.
you know, I just want to know what amount of money that we're talking about giving out, and if it's not dramatic, it may be reasonable to have that go out the door now if they're ready to do it.
Okay. Can you clarify that, Councilman Warren?
Yes, Ms. Massey's got 30-some, there are so many grants that are ready to move out that are from people who own businesses in Memphis but don't live here. What's that amount of money? We're looking at $3.4 million. If that's $250,000, we should go ahead and just get that out the door and then bring it back in 2 weeks, is what I'm thinking. So, but if it's like $3 million, then that's a different story.
Well, Ms. Warren, I think that to do that would be in violation of what our current resolution is. So I would say it would, to do that without addressing this resolution, and we are putting this on hold, it would violate what that resolution says.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Then I would be willing to vote on the resolution today if it's not that big amount of money. I just want to know what the amount is.
Okay, and I don't know. Well, I don't know if they have it. Ms. Mass, I have one quick question. What's the maximum dollar amount of the grant that we can provide right now?
25,000, and so the maximum base is 20,000 with additional funds of up to 5,000 for MWBEs or disadvantaged businesses, businesses located in the Memphis 3.0, or businesses that are a part of the Chamber's target industries, which includes our medical devices, transportation, professional services, corporate locations for small businesses, and so forth.
Okay. Councilwoman Swearingen, we're going to run into your meeting, but I just saw you get into the queue.
I just wanted to ask one question. With us having only 8 weeks before these funds have to be dispersed, can we afford to wait 2 weeks before we address this? Looks like it has to be done now. I don't see how we can do that.
I would defer to Ms. Massey, but what I would say though is that, and I can't speak for the administration, but I'm just
That would only lead us into maybe 4 weeks before the funds have to be dispersed, getting out the word and everything. But if we can go ahead and make a decision today, we can get the word out. We can make it known to the businesses, have them apply, have Ms. Massey share with them what the requirements are, and get this moving forward. We don't have time to waste.
Well, no, it's moving right now. But what we're saying right now is that
But he asked to vote on it in 2 weeks.
No, ma'am. What we're talking about is voting on whether to expand the requirements of the program to allow Shelby County residents that have Memphis businesses to qualify, versus the program is moving forward no matter what. It's just whether or not we want to allow Shelby County residents with Memphis businesses to qualify for this program is the matter.
Okay, but can we not vote on the resolution that has been shared and displayed upon us, item number 2 today?
No, we can, but what I was just saying, if we want to move it downstairs, I would. My only concern right now is that we're running into your committee meeting.
That's okay. That's okay, because I have one presenter that's ill and will not be able to show up. So let's take care of business.
Okay. Well, if you don't mind us going into your committee meeting, let me think. Councilwoman Logan was in the queue.
Yes, Chairman John. Yes, I was in the queue. Thank you so much for acknowledging me. I'd like to move to amend the resolution to allow the Memphis businesses to apply from now until November 1st and then extend it to others after that.
Second.
Or if you need to change it.
I'm with you, Councilwoman Logan.
I think I was in the queue before Councilwoman Logan made the her amendment.
But now you can, if you were going to make a motion, you can move to amend hers. But
I want to ask a question before I make a motion or support Councilwoman Logan's motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on there. So what I can do now, Councilwoman Issa Thomas, is recognize you to address Councilwoman Logan on the motion.
Okay, so with the motion, so my question is about, for the original wording of this resolution that we approved in July? May? Oh, okay. So for the original wording that we approved in May, were these funds specifically for whom? Were they just small businesses? Were they small NWBE businesses? Who initially were these funds approved for?
We did not in coming up with the language for the motion, we did not set aside a size of the business. We talked about Memphis businesses that the owners also reside in Memphis.
So any Memphis business?
Yep.
Okay, so my second question that is also tied to Councilwoman Logan's motion, how much money have we spent as of today on grants, and how much do we have remaining? Well, really, how much do we have remaining?
So we have approved 1.6 million in grants, and so we still have 3.4 remaining.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Logan, would you mind repeating your motion again?
Okay, I'd like to amend the resolution to allow Memphis businesses to apply from now until November 1st and then extend to others outside that may reside outside as funds are available.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay. Does anybody else want to speak on the motion?
Jones, can we clarify that not just outside of Memphis, but outside of Memphis within Shelby County?
Yeah, within Shelby County, whose businesses are domiciled in the city.
Yeah.
That's only as funds are available.
Can I offer an amendment to Councilwoman Logan's motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Friendly amendment of after November the 1st, offering it to those in Shelby County who qualify as MWBE businesses.
Councilwoman Logan?
I'm sorry, point of clarity. This program's already split up in two buckets anyway. There's 2 million that's a business stabilization fund, or 2 million I think that was for MWBE and 3 million that was for business stabilization, or vice versa. Joanne, can you clarify that? Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's the way the resolution, the SERP resolution, was presented. And so when the program responsibility was given to OBDC to administer, we've administered it as one program. But as I mentioned, and the website for that, just for council and everyone listening, is www.memphisbbc.org/grant. And that's www.memphisbbc.org/grant. That website specifies the types, the criteria for the program, and includes both MWB as well as small businesses, businesses located in the Memphis 4.0 area, and small businesses that are a target industry for the chamber from their website.
Yeah, I would object to this motion at the time being. I don't know that it's worth altering the entire criteria of the program versus just extending it out. For the time being, we can always come back and look at it.
I don't think we have much time to come back and look at much of anything.
So you want to carve out businesses that don't qualify?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, would you reiterate your friendly amendment?
So the friendly amendment to yours, you said that until November the 1st, allow for Memphis businesses to apply. And then after that date, to allow those who are Shelby County residents but have Memphis businesses to be able to apply and receive funds. My friendly amendment is now can we do the date November 15th instead of the 1st? But yes. Then also, if those businesses are Shelby County residents, then can they also be MWBE businesses?
Ms. Easter Thomas, let's take that friendly amendment one at a time. So,
okay.
The first friendly amendment,
November 15th.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Second friendly amendment is if we're going to extend it to those in Shelby County, we need to at least try to be as equitable as possible and allow and make sure that those businesses are MWBE.
I'm not opposed to that, but before accepting it, I want to ask Ms. Massey what percentage of the businesses that we've had to turn away have been MWBE?
So we do have a list, and I can get back to you. But remember that in our certification process for our office, we verify the ownership of businesses. In this process, it's pretty much, ethnicity is not a question on the application. Whether or not they have MWBE certification is. And so that certification has to be listed. They have to be registered as a part of our directory, even if they have third-party certification that we accept. So we really, we get driver's license. So that check is not a part of the process, although we do document by the driver's license and as well as by their answer on the application. So I don't have that answer for you right now, Councilwoman, but I can get back to you with an estimated percentage.
Okay, do you know what percentage or how many businesses you've had to turn away?
I don't have the report in front of me right now, but I mean, if I was to estimate a number, I could say, approximately 30, 40 maybe or so that I can recall right now. But that website I provided, it does give the criteria for the grant on that website, and it clearly says that they must be a Memphis resident and their business must be located in Memphis. So I can't say who has not applied for that reason.
Okay. Okay, I'll accept the friendly amendment that we extend the date to the 15th, and then after that we open it up to those businesses that have MWBE, y'all know what I'm talking about, certification.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan, for including the friendly amendment.
Okay. There is an objection to that. Before I address that objection, I want to recognize Councilman Morgan and then you, Carlisle, on this. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. To anybody in the administration, or if we have lawyers on the line, would an MWBE exclusive relief program be legally defensible? We don't have, we don't have a disparate impact study that was based on a pandemic and whether MWBE businesses were disparately impacted versus other non-MWBE businesses. Would we still have the federal court protections for a program like that?
So, Councilman Morgan, I could speak to that, no, a exclusive MWBE program such as this grant program would not necessarily be legal. So I guess I'm asking, are you saying that after a certain date, it's only available to MWBEs, or the program will continue as it exists, being available to disadvantaged businesses, MWBEs, Memphis 3.0, target industries, all located within the city of Memphis and for city residents, and then for those outside of city of Memphis, what within Shelby County, that they must be MWBEs? That's what I thought I heard.
Yeah, it's my understanding that the Shelby County residents would have to be an MWBE in order to receive any part of the relief program.
But the Memphis residents wouldn't, is that right?
Correct.
We have Attorney Wade on the call. Shouldn't we just ask him?
Mr. Wade, if you're on, can you address that issue or concern, please? And we also have Attorney Sink, who has joined us as well.
So either or.
Ms. Sink, you're recognized if you can address that.
Thank you. Good morning. Jennifer Sink, Chief Legal Officer for the city. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. We had looked at the issue, not quite as it's being posited today, but we had looked at the issue of a grant program like this being exclusively given based on an MWBE status, and had some serious legal concerns about that. And the way we set up the program, we think does, it is a legal program in the sense that it does provide additional resources or grant funds for being MWBE or having a certification as opposed to exclusivity. If we had a program that based a Shelby County residency purely on an MWBE, I would have concerns about the legality of that, even though we are talking about a grant program. I think that could lead to some legal issues. Which is why we've been phrasing this criteria in terms of disadvantaged businesses and also looking at certification.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be voting against the motion on that basis.
Okay, Councilman Carlisle.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think Chief Sink addressed one of my concerns, in addition to just arbitrarily shooting in the dark without The idea of this program is to help Memphis businesses, period, and the local economy, and shutting out a portion that may or may not need it. If we would like to, I'm all for an amendment that gives preference to MWBs, if that's what we need to do. But to lock us in and shut out and be there in December 15th, and we've got a bucket of money and there are businesses that are going to close their doors because we shut them out on the front end, not seem very prudent. So I'm happy to support language that gives preference if that's what the body wants to do, but it is not a prudent move to start closing doors here in the city. So again, I'm going to vote against the amendment, but I'm happy if we want to change the language of it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councilwoman Logan.
Chairman, thank you, Chairman Jones. I would, at this point, like to move to amend. I accept if it was a friendly amendment, Carlisle.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair. Okay, I would like to move that we amend the resolution to allow Memphis businesses to apply from now until November 15th, and then to extend to Shelby County residents with preference given to, with preference for MWBE businesses with certification.
Chief Sink, does that work for you?
Based upon what I'm hearing, yes. And so it would just simply broaden the criteria, is essentially what you're saying, after a certain date. And then, between now and November 15th, I do expect that we would be processing a lot more application. And so we can just adjust the criteria at that point in time to broaden it. Yes.
Okay.
This is good too.
Okay, yeah, but Council Wade has weighed in on this. Let's see. Is there anyone else who wants to address the motion?
Yes, I just want to get. Sorry to kind of just jump in here, Chairman Jones. I just wanted to be abundantly clear from both Attorney Sink and Attorney Wade that we're not putting ourselves in any legal predicament by moving the way that the council deems fit. Like the current motion as amended is perfectly legal.
That's a broad request.
Okay.
I don't think anything's ever perfectly legal.
Okay. Well, we know that, but we're not. So
you have a preference program right now.
Okay.
And so all you're doing is extending this to be a preference program. So I think that's consistent with where you are. Whether that's perfectly legal or not is another question.
I mean, there's always arguments that can be made, but as we sit here today, we think we're fine.
Yeah. Ms. White, were you finished, Mr. Smiley?
Oh, yeah, I'm out. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Canale.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Massey, don't we have some minority and women-owned businesses that aren't MWBE certified? So would we bring them out from funds?
So yes, we have quite a few, as we've stated before, of minority and women businesses that are not certified with the city. Although, we've grown the list since this administration, but there are quite a few that are not.
So I'm confused here. I thought we were trying to be more inclusive and we're making more restrictions on this. So we're going to shut some of our minority-owned and women-owned businesses because they don't have the MWBE certification. I didn't know that was the goal of this. I thought we were trying to open up more potential candidates.
Director Massey.
What's that question for me? I'm sorry.
Well, I guess I'll go ahead, Mr. Canale.
No, I just wanted everyone to hear from you that we have businesses that we know of, and probably quite a few, MWBE certification that would not be eligible for this relief money. That was the point I was trying to make. Thank you, Ms. Massey. Thank you, Chair.
I have a question for you, just to follow up with that. As it stands right now, if I'm a non-certified Black-owned business, I still can qualify for the grant, correct? The way that it's presented right now. Ms. Massey, did you hear my question?
I'm sorry, no, Councilman. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, no problem. So as it stands right now, if I'm a non-certified Black-owned business, my business is located on Hernando. I live in 38114. So somebody similarly situated to my business, I still, as it stands right now, I can apply for this grant. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, the majority of those that we have, taken up to the approval in there are not certified.
Okay. So I guess the concern that Mr. Canale had was that if we do the MWBE, there had to have been a certification that was associated with that. But it doesn't sound like that there is that certification that's a requirement.
No, certification is not a requirement. Certification allows for business to receive additional funds based on their criteria, is my understanding.
Okay. Councilwoman Logan, on the motion.
Yes, I wanted to make sure that it's understood based on what you just asked. Up until the end, to the deadline, you can apply if you live in the city of Memphis. We were just speaking to after November 15th, if it's open up to Shelby County. In Shelby County, those Memphis business owners that live in Shelby County, if they apply, the criteria would have been set for that group. But anyone in the city of Memphis, regardless of certification or not, can apply from now up until the deadline. And with that, I'd like to move to vote.
Well, before you do, Ms. Logan, I wanted to ask a question. Mr. Wade, and maybe somebody can answer this, doesn't have to be Mr. Wade. Parliamentarily speaking, we can have more than 2 or 3 friendly amendments to a motion. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can only have 2 opposed, 2 that you would vote on. But if people have accepted friendly amendments, they become part of the amendment that's on the floor.
Okay, so I would like to make a friendly amendment, if you would, Ms. Logan, that if we're talking about opening this up to Shelby County, well, people who reside outside the city limits of Memphis, but in Shelby County, would you be opposed to setting a limit of 10% of the available funds, which would be $500,000 for those businesses where the owner may live outside the city limits of Memphis?
I accept that.
Okay.
To what end would be my question. I mean, what if we've got $1 million left over and we had a $750,000 worth of requests from those outside of Shelby County, and we capped it without really knowing?
Okay. Well, what I would do and how I would suggest we address that, Mr. Carlisle, because it's my recollection, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Massey, did the council set the limit on the dollar amount of the grant?
No, the grant was structured by the administration and then presented to council, I believe, by the administration.
Right. So how I would suggest that we address that is that if we've had businesses that have already been approved at that $20,000 level, and we are facing that dilemma, we already have that grant criteria. And still keep in mind, colleagues, that when we first approved this, we were looking at potential business loss for the month of March, April, May. We have gone June, July, August, September. So if anything, and I'm okay with us scrapping this all together and doubling the amount that's available to these businesses based upon the additional months that they've had of lost revenue under this cloud of COVID. So we still have this, we still can address those outside of that, but if we fall into that dilemma, we can, and I don't know any of these businesses that'll say, just because things have opened up somewhat, things are right back where they were pre-COVID. And so the way that we address our having the dilemma of sending money back, those that have already been approved, there are additional fundings because I still would contend that their revenues have not rebounded to pre-COVID levels. Councilwoman Lowe.
That not enough people know about it. And now that we are amending this and we're opening back, we're going to let people know, I feel we'll get a number of people applying. And I would hate to change the criteria and the amount and all of that before we even really notify people. I think there are enough businesses in Memphis of, whose owners live in Memphis, as well as even opening up to those that live in Shelby County, to where we'll have, quite a few people move with that before changing it to, expand the amount of money.
Well, no, Ms. Logan, I was just saying that if just to address Mr. Carlisle's issue, that if we restrict the amount to 500,000 for those where the owners live outside of that, and there are requests for 750 or even $1 million, I would say that we still, if that's the concern, that we would have already had those that have been approved. Well, before if we face that dilemma, I would suggest that we up the amount then. So that's not something that I'm recommending now.
Oh, okay.
If we face that dilemma, that's how we address that.
Okay, absolutely.
Councilman Carlisle.
I'm going to support this because one, we need to get on down the road, and $500,000 is a fair amount of money on a program of this size. If we've already expended 1.6, we can always come back and look at this. I will say philosophically on the doubling, like we're so fixated as a group on where somebody lives versus where they've made their investment and where they employ people. And if we have the opportunity to keep a door open for somebody, we need to really seriously consider that. And I'll just leave my comments at that. I know we're running late. So with that, Chair, I'd like to move the previous question.
Okay. Motion has been, question has been called on this item. I'm sorry, as amended. As amended. Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilman Jones, if I could, we're amending the program to allow City of Memphis residents and business owners to apply now, today, October 20th through November 1st, and on November 1st.
November 15th.
November 15th. And on November 15th, we will allow $500,000 of that remaining funds to be eligible for Shelby County residents with businesses domiciled in the City of Memphis. Is that the entire motion?
With preference being given to MWBE firms.
With preference being given to NWBEs. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Councilman Colbert?
Yes.
Councilwoman Logan? Chairwoman Robinson? Councilwoman Swearingen?
Aye.
Councilman Morgan?
No.
Councilman Ford? Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Yes.
Aye.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Easter Thomas also voted yes. Yes. Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Carlisle?
Aye.
Councilman McNally?
Yes.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
Chairman Jones?
Aye, that item passes. Colleagues,
And
next
Chairman
item.
Jones, does it say 9 minutes based on the time deadline or?
Yes.
Yes.
We'll say 9 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, next we'll have a resolution to amend fiscal year 2021 general fund budget in the amount of $170,000 for the Family Center. This is sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. First off, I just wanted to tell to my colleagues, I appreciate the spirit of compromise on the CERT program. It's government actually working, so I appreciate that. Colleagues, I'm presenting a resolution. As many of you know, The Family Safety Center is critically important nonprofit to serving families and trauma and domestic violence. Many of you gave out of your council relief program dollars, and I know that they were very grateful. Some of you may know that we typically fund their program out of the general fund every year. This year, with everything that was going on, I think the easiest thing to say is that it was an oversight. And so in order to make them whole at $350,000, I'm asking that we allocate $170,000 from the general fund. The way that this resolution is set up is to ask the administration ultimately to manage to that within the approved budget, but giving them the authority at the end of the year to reconcile out of the unassigned fund balance should they be unable to manage to that number. And Chief McGowan and Chief Ford are supportive of this, and they are aware of it, and they are firm believers that they believe they can manage to that without having to amend and go into the unassigned fund balance. But I wanted to go ahead and take care of that so that the Family Safety Center knew that they could go ahead and operate as they had planned to. With that, Chair, I move this item.
Second.
Who's the second?
Ford.
Okay. That item has been moved by Carlisle, seconded by Ford. Is there anybody that would like to address this item?
And Chair, I just want to, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but, or to jump back in, but I know several of you gave, and if anybody would like to join this as a co-sponsor or the council, since so many people donated, please jump in. You can send an email or put it in the queue. But I know that this is a council effort, not just mine.
Yeah, well, I just have a question regarding this. There were a number of organizations that, based upon our tough fiscal condition this year, that were not fully funded as well. And so just out of my question is, if we go down this road, do we do this for other organizations that may not have received their full funding as they did in previous years?
I think that's a very fair question, but with all due respect to this organization and what they do and historically how they're funded out of the budget.
And let me say this. I was one of the ones, and part of I did make an allocation to this, and I'm in total support of this, but not for.
Thank you.
Colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue, Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call on this item, please?
Yes, sir. And if anyone would like to co-sponsor it, would you please let us know? Councilman, yeah. Oh, when I call your name, you can just say I am co-sponsor. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Covette.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Chairwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Johnson.
Abstain.
Councilman Smiley. Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilman Canale.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Councilman Warren.
Aye, co-sponsor, please.
And Chairman Jones.
Aye, that item passes. Colleagues, next we have a resolution approving $2,863,363.56 of assigned fund balance for the purposes of meeting contractually obligated capital expenditures for improvements to the FedEx Forum. This item is sponsored by the administration.
Second.
Can I get a motion, please?
Move it.
Okay. Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. Colleagues, does anybody have any questions about this item? Okay. Then, Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Chairwoman Robinson, Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Ford,
Aye.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley,
Aye.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
and Chairman Jones.
Aye, that item is approved. Is there any other business to come before this committee? Seeing none, the Budget Committee is adjourned.
If you would give us one moment to switch over to the Public Safety Committee.
The Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee meeting is now called to order. Today is Tuesday, October 20th, 2020. Ms. Keplinger, could you please conduct a roll call?
Councilman Canale, Carlisle, Colvett, Easter Thomas, present. Ford,
Present.
Johnson,
Present.
Jones, Logan, Morgan,
Here.
Robinson, Smiley,
Here.
Warren,
Present.
Chair Swearingen.
Present, and I think we have Councilman Colvett who has joined us as well.
I have him.
We have a presentation today, relatively per Councilman Morgan's request. As you know, we have been experiencing an increased murder rate here in the city of Memphis from the year of 2016 until present. And he requested a presentation on 2020's increased murder rate. We had two presenters that were supposed to be on board today, Director Rollins, as well as Dwayne Lawrence. He is the assistant professor of urban studies and African American studies at Rhodes College. Unfortunately, he wrote us and shared. Unfortunately, I became ill over the weekend and it hasn't debated. Therefore, I will not be able to present today, but I would love to at a later date. So we have on board Director Rollins, who will yield this presentation. Is there anything or any insight that you would like to share, Councilman Morgan, prior to Director Rollins making his presentation?
No, ma'am. I think we can get into it.
Thank you very kindly. Director Rollins, if you would please share your name and position just for the records.
Director Rollins, Memphis Police Director.
We yield the floor to you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. This is a presentation of not just homicides, but crime. Daily crime. So as of October 11th, daily crime was down actually 8.13%. The areas that we are up were aggravated assault, auto theft, burglary non-residential, homicide up 41%, murder up 50%, and theft of vehicle parts. Crime that are down, burglary residential down 33%, burglary business down 17.9%, larceny down 10%, rape down 13.8%, robbery business down 20.7%, robbery individual down 15.6%, and carjacking down 3%. So there's a mixed bag, overall good, but obviously we're concerned about the aggravated assaults to include aggravated assault DV and the homicides and murders. Operations, we started Operation Relentless Pursuit in December, and it continued on to August of 2020. We did Operation Spring Cleaning, and I'll tell you about that, but there were 518 arrests, 136 guns seized. And then with the Department of Justice, we moved into Operation Legend, named after Legend Talaferro, who was killed in Kansas. So the big story is really about guns. There are more shootings, more guns, and more homicides. The good news is gun seizures are up 18%. When you look at January through September, gun arrests are up 34%. But what's troubling, if you look at it, we've seized 3,000 guns year to date. Juvenile arrested on gun charges are up 17.9%. And adult arrests are up 35.8%. So when you think about 191 juveniles have been arrested for carrying guns, and adults are 2,100 adult arrests for a total of 2,366 is rather alarming. When we talk about the guns, we're not just talking about pistols. We're talking about high caliber, high magazine capacity pistols and rifles, AK-47 type and AR-15 type. Here are some guns from previous operations we conducted, but we think that when you look at the amount of firepower that's on the street, it is producing higher number of casualties and more severe casualties or wounds, which has led to an increase in our homicide rate. More guns. Operation Spring Cleaning, that lasted April 11 this year through June 13th. 518 arrests, 136 guns seized. So our members of Special Operations and Uniform Patrol did a good job, recovered quite a bit of drugs, and 136 guns off the street. And here were some of the guns from Spring Cleaning. Here's are some of the guns from Operation Legend, and you see the same pattern. A bunch of AR-15s, AK-47s. This is a 100-round drum magazine. Drugs are prevalent, and we think that the drugs, the guns, the gangs, to include domestic violence, has led to an increase in homicides. Firearms. So if we look at over the years, and we know that theft from motor vehicles, the number of guns stolen from motor vehicles has drastically increased from 2013 to 2019, where in 2019, 1,084 were stolen from vehicles. That's good news because it's down from 1,273 in 2018. Memphis police officers recovered 3,300 guns. So, but in 2020, we've recovered 3,032 guns. So that's good news. Officers are still working hard. More on these types of guns, high capacity AR-15. This is a 100-round drum magazine. So we're really alarmed at the type of guns and the high number of guns that are out there. Violent crime. We had been able to reduce violent crime quite a bit the last 2 years, but unfortunately, year to date, violent crime is up 10% as of 10/11/20. I told you about the aggravated assault DBs. We know that the aggravated assaults, and when we talk about domestic violence, contributes to an increase in homicides. So aggravated assault DBs since COVID are up around 12%. Reported incidents of domestic violence are down, but we think that a lot of that is attributed to COVID, where victims cannot get away from their abusers. To give you some information on countywide crime, countywide major violent crime, according to Operation Safe Community Report, is up 17%. Major property crime is down 11.6%. So again, good news on major property crime, not so good news on the major violent crime. That's Shelby County. When you look at Shelby County, excluding Memphis, violent crime, major violent crime is up 12%, major property crime down 6%. And when you look at Memphis major violent crime is up 17%, major property crime is down 12%. So when you compare the two, I wanted us to understand that crime is up all across the county, not just in Memphis, but Memphis is leading the reduction in major property crime. But again, we have to address the violent crime. This is a graph of our Part 1 crime. This is 2006. I know that a lot of people say crime has never been this high, but when we look back in 2006, that is truly when crime had never been that high. The red line is 2019. So we ended 2019 in a good position. Violent crime was reduced by 13%. 17 through 2019. And those are the numbers, but we're doing good prior to COVID. And that's kind of what the bar graphs look in 17, 18, and 19. Interstate shootings. Heard a lot about interstate shootings. There have been 63 interstate shootings, 41 since Memorial Day. And now we'll get specifically into the murders. And I will start off thinking and remembering the children that have been victims of homicide this year. And I will share a few stories with you. I did want to bring attention to an opinion that the DA, Amy Wyrick, wrote. Teen offenders need immediate intervention. It was a sad story about a 16-year-old that the Memphis Police Department had arrested a number of times for various crimes. Unfortunately, the child consistently got out of juvenile court. And the last time the 16-year-old got out of the juvenile court, he was involved in a crime and unfortunately lost his life. And so I think this is a great article. If you have not read it, it is worth reading so we can contemplate what we can do to save more of our children. This is what I sent out to the clergy. And I will just kind of reiterate this, that as we reimagine policing, we need to reimagine how we intervene in the lives of young people. We've all heard the challenge, and we understand the need to intervene in young people's lives by mentoring, tutoring, et cetera. We all understand the challenge that gangs, guns, drugs, and domestic violence pose to Memphis youth, but we have not done enough. Now we face a global pandemic, an uncertain economic situation, social unrest, demand to reform and reimagine policing, virtual school and isolation, and a contentious presidential election. So to give you some insight on our homicides, this is a community problem. And it is not just a youth problem, because as we look at the numbers, the victim's average age is 37. The largest group, 18 to 33 years old. The suspect's average age for solved homicides is 30 years old. So this group, 18 to 37, 33, is a group that we really, really need to focus on. And then I'll talk about the children. When this message went out, we had 27 children had been victims of child homicide. 21 were murdered, 2 were justifiable homicides, 4 accidental shootings. Of the 21 murders, at that time we arrested or identified 12, and 9 were ongoing investigations. Today, 28 children have died violently. And again, we're saddened at this, but again, this is a community problem, especially while we, the police department, don't have access to the children like we used to before COVID. Here's a tragic story I want to talk to you about. An adult, 3-year-old, accidentally shoots her dad. This was Wednesday, October the 14th, 2020. 3-year-old accidentally shot and killed her father. Child was a rear seat passenger in a vehicle where an adult rear seat passenger left a loaded 9mm semi-automatic handgun unattended. The 3-year-old picked up the weapon and it discharged, striking her father in the back of the head, killing him instantly. The adult rear passenger admitted to leaving the gun unattended, and he was charged with reckless homicide and unlawful possession of a weapon. And he was an acquaintance with the deceased. And this story is played out over and over again, not just with children, but with Memphians. We know that we tragically lost 2 Memphis firefighters, but this is on August 24th, we did arrest a young man who was charged with first-degree murder and preparation of especially aggravated robbery and criminal attempt, especially aggravated robbery. We do remember both of the firefighters we lost this year, Courtney Anderson and Mark Bond. And the reason why I'm bringing this to your attention, because as I was updating the presentation, we got word that the 19-year-old was indicted in the August shooting death of off-duty Memphis firefighter Courtney Anderson. And it just, was timely to show that, again, the issue of murder in Memphis, homicides in Memphis, is a community problem, not just a government and a law enforcement problem. So homicides are not just up in the Memphis area, they're up across the United States. This was an article from the New York Times. There was an alarming increase of homicides where you see 2016 to the 2019 average, and then this year where homicides have skyrocketed. Here are some of the cities, and the bar graph spells it, but I'll name the cities. Murders are up in Atlanta, Boston, Charlotte, Chicago, Cincinnati, Dallas, Denver, Houston, Indianapolis, Jacksonville, Kansas City, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, Louisville, Memphis, Miami, Minneapolis, Nashville, New Orleans, New York, Oakland, Philadelphia, Portland, San Antonio, Seattle, St. Louis, Toledo, and Washington, D.C. And I think the only major city, or one of the few major cities where we've not seen an increase in homicides at the time of this article, was Baltimore. Guns of murder suspects. It is guns, 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 and guns in the hands of individuals that should not have guns. And again, very high capacity magazines, very high caliber guns, AR-15s, AK-47 variants on the streets. These are guns from 1181 South Bellevue, Sunday, April 24, 2020. This is 599 Cedar Crest, another gun from Cedar Crest. So let's get to the what you asked about. As of yesterday, we had 219 murders, and unfortunately that changed overnight, and we're now at 220. So murders are up 50% when you look at 2019, where we had 146. Month to date, they're up 7%. Again, this changed, but yesterday it was even. Even justifiable homicides are up, where we've had 19 justifiable homicides compared to 14. Now, when this chart was done a few weeks ago, we had 17. Now we have 19 justifiables, and we had 205 murders. Well, now we have 220 murders, but we've had 0 fatal officer-involved shootings. And I know we spend a lot of time focusing on law enforcement, but again, it's time to refocus our attention on our efforts in the community. And that means people coming forward, telling us what happened and who the suspects are, calling Crime Stoppers, but also trying to prevent these murders and homicides by intervening early on when you know there is a conflict. And here's why I bring that up. Gang violence contributes to over half, 58% of the homicides. So when we look at the solved homicides, that's when we know what happened. Gang violence is alarming. Almost 80% of the victims knew the suspects in the known or the solved homicides, and 21% of the suspects were repeat offenders, meaning that they had some other type of violent crime arrest in their past. Gangs, guns, drugs, domestic violence, and again, it's very difficult for us to protect people from people that they know, that they hang out with, especially when they're hanging around violent people and violent places. If we look at when we had 213 homicides in 1993, which was our high until 228 in 2016, we know that at the end of September, we broke the 228 and went to 229. A few weeks ago, we're at 236, and today we're at 248. So we have definitely surpassed the 2016 homicides. And so the graph, I think, tells an interesting story. We often talk about staffing. And when we had the highest number of police officers is where we saw the lowest number of homicides. We see that there was some stability somewhere around 1998, probably to around 2014. And 2014 is when we lost those 400 police officers. And then you saw a skyrocketing of homicides and violent crime in Memphis. These are murders by station. And you can see that there are 9 stations in the city. Austin P is up north, Rains and Ridgeway in the south. And then we have North Main, Crump Station, Tillman, Airways, Appling Farms, and Mount Moriah in the middle. I do want to bring your attention to this area here around the Lamar corridor, where you kind of see a cluster in a line of bodies. So if there's any area that we want to concentrate in on, I think it's around the Lamar corridor. That's a heat map. It just kind of shows you more concentration of where our homicides are occurring. We also broke this down by council district. I think at least one council member expressed interest in council district 4 is the highest, followed by district 6 and 7. That's a pie chart showing the same. And this is the council districts broken out, the same map, just presented in a different way. And here's the heat map per council district. And back to children, we see that, the number of children killed this year is alarming, and we see the breakdown where more children have died in Rain Station than any other precinct. Now, we did talk about reimagining police. I wanted to redirect you to the Reimagine Memphis TN.gov. And I want to go back to the article that Shelby County District Attorney General Amy Wire wrote. And the question for all of us in Memphis, not just the police department, not just council, but all of our civic organizations, our clergy, our nonprofits is, what are we willing to do to save lives? And with that, Chairwoman, that is the end of my presentation, pending any questions from council.
Thank you very kindly, Director. 3 slides ago, you said something about District 4 had the highest. Could you review that, please? I didn't grasp all of that information, but of course it brought up my radar.
Yes, ma'am. At least one council member asked us about, their district and what homicides look like per council district. So we tried to break it out to where it's easy to read. And I did share this presentation with Ms. Hyman if she has not shared it with you. And so if you see the darkest number, District 4 being the highest, followed by District 6 and 7, and then 3, 5, and 1 and 2 were the lowest.
What are the particulars of that? Are they burglaries, homicides? What brings that number to its highest?
So we'd have to do some more research to research them per council district. But we've been studying our homicides since 2016. So in 2016, the University of Memphis did a study when we reached our highest of 228, and there were 3 factors: exposure to domestic violence. We saw that there was when kids were learning. We talk about where are kids learning to be violent? Well, it's at home through exposure to domestic violence, neglect, abuse, etc. So exposure to DV just jumped out as one of those main factors that was statistically significant. The other factor was the percent of high school dropouts. So if you go back to the heat map, we look at the murders by station, and we hadn't looked at this as deep as we did in 2016. But I would almost take an educated guess and say that in these areas are your highest areas where individuals are being exposed to domestic violence. There's a high percentage of high school dropouts. And the third factor that the U of M discovered was transient, where people have been moving from place to place. They don't have relationships, communities, lack continuity, lack cohesiveness. And again, I would ask that our criminologists look at our homicides from 16, 17, 18. There have been a number of predictions to why there's been an increase nationwide. We know there's been an explosion of gun sales across the United States. We know that the anxiety levels are up and that people appear to be shooting first and asking questions later. We know that a number of guns continue to be stolen despite the number of operations we've done. And a lot of individuals with bail reform, with individuals being released early, that we have seen a number of individuals re-offend. So I think this year is such an odd year. We did see an increase after nationwide after the horrific death of George Floyd and the protests that followed, where groups were arming themselves in a greater way. And so COVID, unrest, the economic situation, uncertainty about the future, and definitely proliferation of guns have contributed, that, in my opinion. But we don't know exactly what has happened in any particular precinct or any particular council district. Is just a number of these factors that should be studied by criminologists.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Morgan, you in the queue?
Thank you. Councilman Warren, were you in the queue before me, or was that the previous issue?
I was in the queue, but go ahead. I'll go after you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director Rollins. How does the solve rate in those homicides compare this year to previous years when the numbers were lower?
So, and actually, this is a national issue, and we've been talking within major city chiefs where when we see incidents of unrest or more, I guess, discussion of distrust between police and community, that definitely impacts our solve rate. So we're around 58% this year. We're slightly above the national average. We really want to be in a much higher percentile rate. So we have seen an impact to our solve rate where we don't know exactly what's happening. We just know that people in the community, and we really rely on, someone always knows who did a homicide. It's very unusual that there is no witness or someone has no knowledge of what happened. And we do think that there's less cooperation, and we've seen a decline in people coming forward. I always think back to the horrific death of Layla Washington, where it took 2 years, where someone held on to that information and finally 2 years later came forward and gave us the tip that we needed to bring justice for the family. And we're still have not got information on two of the homicides that happened earlier this year, although the reward was pushed up to $25,000 for Operation Legend. And hopefully we, get someone to come forward on the death of Mr. LaQuan Boyd and Mrs. Ashlyn Luckett that we lost in January.
And I think it's generous to say that we were anticipating being stretched thin across different investigative divisions, whether it be domestic violence or homicide or organized gang unit, just in the number of investigators we had. And then on top of that, we have a 50% increase in the number of cases they're handling. How do you adjust for that? Because we haven't seen any budget resolutions or anything like that, any amendments. How have you adjusted for that in balancing patrol and overtime and these investigative units that have been hit extremely hard this year?
Well, COVID has presented a number of challenges. So if you think about to date, we've almost had, 700, over 700 employees that have either been quarantined or tested positive for, quote, COVID. So we've been severely impacted by a department that is grossly understaffed. So all of our bureaus are understaffed. Colonel Goods is on from the homicide unit, and he's really been working hard, bringing together multi-agency gang unit, the homicide unit, the organized crime, violent crimes unit, and also some of our federal partners have been working. So Colonel Goods, if you can come in and comment on that, and also if you want to talk about the solve rate.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Madam Chair, and other council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. We have kind of made a concerted effort to reach out to all of our local partners, whether it be the bureaus within the Memphis Police Department, as well as Shelby County Sheriff's Department, the multi-agency gang unit. We've also reached out and formed partnerships with some of our federal agencies, federal partners, such as the FBI, ATF, and Homeland Security, to kind of, take a collective look at not only the unsolved homicides, but knock on wood, any future homicides. So we've created this kind of a collaborative unit that, every single day are working in collaboration with the Homicide Bureau and our Violent Crime Bureau to address some of these homicides and get that solve rate up. And hopefully, we'll see a decline in the number of unfortunate new cases that we get. As far as the clearance rate is concerned, the 58%, like the director said, is above the national average, but it is nowhere near where we would like for it to be. Quite certainly, Memphis in past years have always prided itself at having one of the highest homicide clearance rates in the country. If you go back just prior to 2016, you probably see the homicide clearance rate, pretty high, probably maybe 15 to 20% higher than what it is today. With everything that the director mentioned, all of the challenges that are before us with COVID and the pandemic and, the personnel being as low as it is, I mean, we are taking a yeoman's approach at trying to address some of these things. So it's a daunting task, but it's not something that we're going to shy away from. We're going to face it head on, and we're going to do the best that we can. Our homicide investigators are working, as my grandmother used to say, my mother used to say, from can to can't. And unfortunately, they're going from scene to scene. So we have to kind of figure out a way and think outside the box and maximize the resources that we have that would have the biggest impact, positive impact on these homicides, and especially the non-fatal shootings. We also begin to concentrate on the non-fatal shootings because absent the Regional 1 hospital, which is one of the best level 1 trauma centers in the country, I think that it is my opinion that these homicides would be exponentially higher. So we are very fortunate there. So, and we feel that if we concentrate more efforts into the non-fatal shootings to address those before they become homicides, we're looking at it from that perspective. So, and again, just remember, we are using the same resource, the same number of bodies, the same number of investigators and police officers to try to address, in essence, this epidemic of homicides that we are experiencing here in the city.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Goods. Thank you for enlightening us with that additional information. If you don't mind, please give us your name and position just for the records.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Darren Goods. I'm a colonel with the Memphis Police Department. I am the commander of the Investigative Services Bureau.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Councilman Warren, if we can end with you so that we can get to the MLDW committee meeting and possibly good time break on time at 12 noon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As all of you remember, when we first got on the council, I gave everyone a book called Bleeding Out. It talked about the need for having a multi-agency task force involved in dealing with this problem of violent crime, trying to get the would-be shooters not to be an actual shooter. And I think both the Colonel and Chief Rawlings discussed the importance of trying to get in there and stop the next shooting. We had a meeting this week with a number of people, including the district attorney, talking about one of her programs, which is called, I believe, Targeted Deterrence. We're looking hopefully to move that up from two groups of 12 to 2 groups of 50 individuals that are in this targeted deterrence, where they're sort of definitely given more services, made known that what's going to happen is, if you do step out of line, you're going to be going back to jail, but if you need something, you call us, we're going to try to help you. So I think what we should expect to see hopefully coming from the mayor and from other organizations is a request to figure out how we can actually fund this overarching task force that's going to be essentially directed by our chief of police and his designee. So I think we should be looking for that coming in the near future. It's definitely something that they need to do. Realize that they're hamstrung and handicapped because of the lack of personnel that they have. And we're really going to have to do everything we can to try to help them get more people in the police department to help them be able to do this. Remember, if they've got 700 people that have been out because of COVID and they're already down, it really puts the onus on them to have to work even harder, and I'm worried about burnout. So expect to see more coming on this. I think people are looking at it from the police department and the Department of Corrections and our sheriff's department. So I hope that the chief will be able to bring us some definitive recommendations coming from the mayor and coming from his department as it relates to this task force for violent crime, because this is a huge issue. It's $10 million in murder. And, you know, if we can stop the murder rate, and remember the violent crime rate, just because they're not killed, if they're maimed, they're not going to be, no one's going to be working for the rest of their life. So it's a huge economic drain on our city, and it's a terrible travesty for these young people who've been raised in horrible situations, victims of post-traumatic stress disorder, not to have the support they need to keep them from being involved and being co-opted into this, I guess, culture that allows them to kill each other in such a manner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very kindly. Thank you, Councilman Morgan, for bringing this before the council and the committee meeting. Thank you, Director Rollins, for enlightening us with this wonderful information. And in the near future, I am interested in hearing an update on gang violence, being able to identify gangs, being able to identify gang graffiti, just something that we should know, being in our own communities, how to identify instances and know how to come up with possible resolutions and being able to communicate with police in the community regarding it. I appreciate you today. If there's nothing further, this meeting stands adjourned.
October 20th, 2020. Mr. Whitney, will you please call roll?
Yes, sir. Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Colvin.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Thank you. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Morgan.
All right, I'm here as well. Thank you. Today we have one item on the agenda, and it's a big one. It's a resolution approving the 2021 budget of Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division for operation and maintenance expenses and capital expenditures, sponsored by the administration. And before we get to the presentation, just a reminder, we don't have the authority to amend the budget in terms of line items. In past years, we have done up or down votes on individual divisions, electric, gas, and water. but because there is no rate increase included in this budget, it will be a singular vote on the total budget, up or down. Mr. Young, I'll give the floor to you. Please, if you or any of your team are speaking, make sure they introduce their name and their position with MLGW for the record. And I know we're running a little bit behind and there'll probably be some questions. So let's get to it and try to get through it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll do this as quick as we can. JT Young, President and CEO of Memphis Light Gas and Water. Thank you for the opportunity to come to present our 2021 budget. One of the things I do want to mention up front is that it's, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, this is an annual thing that we do. Of course, our board has approved this. It now comes to the council. This is our first presentation to you. I believe each of you should have received information earlier this week on this. So we certainly would love to be able to answer any questions. And of course, as with anything we do, our mission, vision, and values are the underpinnings of that. And we want to make sure that as we put this budget together and execute on that budget, our mission to safely deliver services that create and sustain superior customer experiences is foundational, as is our vision to be the trusted provider of exceptional customer value in the communities that we're really privileged and blessed to serve. And our values of safety, integrity, and inclusion, and ownership and compassionate service certainly are at the forefront of the things that you're about to see. So we'll move quickly through this and we'll talk about this. For those of you who may not have been on the council last year when we presented this, this is just a reminder that we presented a 5-year plan of execution last year that was approved in terms of the rate actions. This is actually, this budget for 2021 is year 2 of that 5-year plan of execution. And just as a reminder, it's about $1 billion worth of improvements to our system, including predominantly infrastructure improvements and improvements to improve investments to improve the reliability of our system, serving our customers in the water system, gas system, and the electric system. The funding for this, it's a 3-part funding. This is funded in part by the rate actions that were taken earlier this year and late last year. It's also funded by debt actions, which the bonds were actually sold a few weeks ago, and that has been done. And the first round of that has been done. And it's also funded by what's called the MLGW Way Forward, which are efficiencies and savings of over $91 million. So those 3 funding sources are actually integral to our budget and to our ability to execute on this plan. Maybe a little difficult to see, but these are just high-level reviews of some of the infrastructure investments that are planned for each division. So in the electric area, you can see that there are several, again, these are not all-inclusive. These are just highlights of those major investments that are planned over the next 5 years. And as you can see here, these center around vegetation management, improving the life of our assets around our substations, cable upgrades for underground circuits, modernization of our grid, which is really important, which includes, of course, distribution automation, which will improve reliability, and of course, the ability to update and upgrade many of our wood poles that need to be replaced. And these, again, these 5 areas are not the entirety of the investments on the electric side, but they do represent major sources of the capital outlay and O&M outlay for the next 5 years. On the gas side, of course, most of the investment is around regulatory initiatives, cast iron retrofits. In addition to that, steel tap replacements are ongoing. And then with regards to reliability and integrity of the system, the gas transmission and extra high pressure pipelines and the regulator stations are all a part of the investments on the gas side over the next 5 years. And again, those are ongoing projects, not all inclusive. And then on the water side, we spent a good bit of time last year talking about all of these. So I won't belabor them, but it has to do, of course, with, and as we talked to you all about last year, we still have a lot of our water production facilities that date back to the 1930s. And so we are moving about now, since we've gotten the proceeds from funding, we are now able to move about getting wells redone, pumping stations rehabbed, replacing our lead service line. I think year to date, we've replaced about 920 of those, and then some digital processing control system upgrades. Again, these are excerpts from some of the initiatives that we're doing in the area of our water production. I do want to mention a little bit just about our rate and debt plan review and accomplishments. Again, this is historical, but I want to remind you that what we came to you and what you approved will be, this is the revenue piece or the rate piece that has gone into effect. And this is just to give you a view for each division over the 5-year plan, how this piece of the funding looks. It's about $500 million in total, about 70% of which is on the electric division, and the remaining pieces are in gas and water. But you can see each year the allocation of that revenue, and it's cumulative. Of course, you see in the last column the 5-year total for all 3 divisions. And then finally, on the bond issuance side, I did mention that recently we were successful in our bond issuances. We did have about $329 million of issuances for the electric, gas, and water divisions altogether. That closing occurred very recently. Of course, we know, just like everyone, we've been impacted by COVID this year. We had a bit of a delay on getting the electric rates approved, and so that delayed us a little bit in getting our bonds issued a little later than we wanted to. However, that has now been done, and rating agencies were, I think, relatively favorable. You can see the actual interest cost on those bonds there, and I think these were it was a very attractive opportunity, and so it speaks well of the opportunity we have now to move forward and make the improvements. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Dana Jones and ask him to take us through a couple of more items on the budget side, and then we'll certainly take any questions you have.
All right. Thank you, JT. Dana Jean, Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of MLGW. I'll just draw your attention quickly to some highlights of the 2021 budget plan. I would characterize this budget as an implementation, a continuing implementation of the approvals that took place last year, toward the end of the year, and earlier this year. We are working hard on our standing up our project plans. We're pushing to catch up to some work that was delayed. For example, tree trimming was delayed, impacted fairly significantly due to COVID and contractor resources, but we're working to overcome that. Currently, we have 40 tree trimming crews available now. To meet our goal, we need 65, but earlier in the year, we were below the 40, so we are catching back up. We're also working to secure additional contract resources to help us with the overhead improvements, the underground cabling retrofits, and in fact, in the water division, on the consent agenda this evening is a resolution for the engineering study to help us on the water pumping station, the priorities for improvements there. We are obtaining efficiencies that we've been reporting regularly through position reductions. This is selective review of positions. And again, this is not layoffs, but this is essentially when a position becomes vacant, we reevaluate. Does that position need to be refilled, or does it need to be repurposed, or perhaps just kept vacant for a while? Let me move on to the next slide. This is a lot of numbers here, but I'll just draw your attention to a couple of things. This is essentially, most of the top part of this slide is essentially an income statement summary comparing 2019 actuals to the 2020 budget and 2020 projections, as well as the 2021 budget. You can see, just scanning down the line of 2020 projections compared to budget, that are draw your attention to the change in net position line, about 4 lines up from the bottom. we are projecting to come out better than the budget. And a lot of this has to do with our O&M spending is below where we had planned. And some of that is delays, particularly with the COVID. We're about $10 to $15 million below where we plan to be in tree trimming expense, for example. And then our capital expenditures, the second line up from the bottom, similarly, we're down in spending. We are looking to rebound in 2021 and get back on track with getting a lot of this work done. So the 2021 column essentially shows the effects and the operating margin variance. That is about a $45 million favorable variance compared to the 2020 budget. And what that really is operating revenue minus our power cost. That's primarily up due to the rate increase that took place in July of 2020, as well as the projected 2021 impacts. So that is a significant part, as President Young mentioned, of the funding for our improvements. Capital expenditures are about $10 million higher than the 2020 budget. So again, we'll be doing some catch-up work in 2021. The next slide shows the gas division, similar situation there. The work in gas is primarily, from the capital perspective, is really more from a regulatory side, as we showed you in a previous slide. So there's not as much of a dramatic impact in the gas division. But again, we had a little bit of a drop in projected drop in sales. We saw that affect, particularly in the commercial class over this past year from the COVID impacts. The next page shows our water division. And again, operating margin, operating revenue is up primarily due to the rate increase effects. And then we have capital expenditures that are up about $5 million from the 2020 budget and up from the 2020 projections. The next page is a summary of our capital expense budget broken out on the left side by division and then total. So our 2021 budget, we expect to spend almost $190 million compared to the about $165 million total in the 2020 budget. The next few slides show some of the highlights of our capital plans. I won't go through all of these in detail, but we have, in addition to the reliability improvements, if we'll go back to the electric slide for just a moment. Yeah, thank you, Rod. In addition to the reliability improvements, we have ongoing work all the time to serve new customers, new developments, whatever it may be, residential, commercial work. So we have money in there for that, as always. And we have various upgrades of substations, transformers, distribution automation, new circuits, et cetera. So that's just a sample. And of course, the budget book that we sent you has more detail for 2021, as well as projections for the 5-year period by major category. The next page shows the same thing for gas. Again, main replacements, service replacements, pipeline integrity management are some of the projects that we have in the gas division. The next page shows the water division with pumping station upgrades, our underground storage reservoir upgrades, production well upgrades, et cetera. Also, the lead service replacement and other items are shown there as well. Moving on to our cash flow projections, and we show this to you each year, what our financial metric targets are. We have 3 basic metrics, days of cash. This is essentially a minimum balance of cash that we would like to have that is essentially a reserve for unforeseen circumstances. We target a minimum of 45 days. The Government Finance Officers Association has a recommendation of 90 days. So we really are trying to be somewhere between these two numbers. We try not to be below the 45 days, but that is essentially the days of expenses. So in simple terms, if you had no more revenue, but I had kept the same expenses, how long would my cash last? So another measures are change in net position, also known as net income. Our target is to have a positive change in net income or net position. There are a few years when we don't achieve that. We actually have a state law that prohibits 2 consecutive years of negative net position or negative change in net position for the water division, so we avoid that. We have the debt service coverage targets a minimum of 1.2 times revenue available for debt service compared to the actual debt service, but both our rating agencies have more stringent calculations when they look at our bond ratings. The next page, again, a lot of numbers, but I'll just kind of summarize. The top part of this graph is a summary of our cash flow as updated for the 2021 budget. The bottom part is last year's plan that we presented earlier, I think about January of this year. So you can kind of compare and see some of the differences. Overall, one difference I'll point out is if you look at the debt issuance, which is the bottom line in each of the 2 sections of this page, we had planned to issue $166 million, and we actually issued almost $175 million. We had the advantage of low interest rates. We had premium prices for the bonds, so we were actually able to issue more debt for the same or less debt service than originally forecasted. So we took advantage of that. You can see the spending for the rate increase revenue is the same in over the 5-year total period for both models. Capital expenditures are a little lower in the new model, and that is primarily because some of the work is being pushed out into 2025. Primarily, again, because of some delays that occurred this year. Following page just shows the same type of information for the gas division. You'll notice here that we do have negative change in net assets or negative net income all across the board. We do not view that as a problem because if you'll look at our days of operating expense, we're above our target, above our minimum, and above the 90-day. So in effect, over time, we would bleed down cash. And of course, this division did not have a rate increase until 2022. Water division on the next page, again, similar thing with the debt. We issued a little bit more debt than originally planned for the same reason with the capital expenditures are a little bit higher. We are attempting to do more with our plan on our pumping stations in particular. Finally, to wrap up our budget schedule, we presented this budget to our board initially on the 24th of September. Then the board voted and approved that on October 7th. So here we are today to present to the council committee today with approval at a subsequent council meeting. In the meanwhile, we of course stand ready to have individual calls or meetings with council members to answer any questions as you have opportunity to go through the budget in more detail. And then the budget summary page. So we're continuing to work to execute our 5-year service improvement plan, which includes our efficiencies and our improvements in reliability. These have been approved, of course, by the board and city council. We have encountered some delays in 2020, but we plan to be back on schedule in 2021. And we do appreciate your support and ask for your approval when we get before the full council. And we'll be happy to answer questions. I will also point out, won't take the time to go through it, but there is an appendix in this presentation that gives you some additional measures of our way forward. such as our labor reductions, our procurement efficiency, our progress on tree trimming and distribution automation, and so on. Those measures are in the appendix and for your information. So at this time, we will entertain any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think if I were to describe this budget, I would call it an infrastructure repair budget. There's some numbers in there that weren't really specifically laid out. But they're on page 13, 14, 15, talking about capital expenditures. And if you're talking to constituents or people that are upset about their power going out, I think these are real important numbers looking at the 2019 capital expenditures compared to what's being proposed for 2021. There's an 89% increase in electricity, a 56% increase in gas, and 107% increase in the capital expenditures for the water division. And that's a pretty impressive increase in a 2-year period. Just for council members, I think peace of mind, it'd be unrealistic if we were to take a vote in committee today on this and have people lock into a yes, no, or abstain. I'd like to use this time for questions, and then we would hear it again in committee 2 weeks from now and give council members some time with this material and some more one-on-one time with MLGW management if needed, and also to prevent the MLGW budget from being on the main meeting's agenda during the election day, which means, I think we all have friends that are involved in elections. I want to get out of here a little bit early on the 3rd. And so the schedule would be to have this in committee in 2 weeks, and then for a main meeting vote on November 17th. That being said, I will go to the queue. Councilman Warren.
Yes, just a quick question. And I've always wondered why what seems to me like basic maintenance, such as tree trimming, is always considered as a capital expenditure. And I just wanted an explanation on why we put that in the capital budget instead of a maintenance budget. Because we borrowed to cut trees. And it seems like that's something that's a normal operating expense going down the road. Is this just to catch up? Is that why we're doing it? And eventually it's going to go back into operation?
Well, Dana, I'll let you address it, but if I'm your question around tree trimming, Councilman, tree trimming is an O&M expense, generally speaking. But Dana, do you want to address that?
Sure. And part of the confusion may be from page 5 of the presentation, where we have infrastructure investments and we have vegetation management listed there. Tree trimming is largely an O&M expense. We have about 19 million budgeted in 2021. There is a little bit of tree trimming that gets classified as capital, but it's minor compared to the total dollars. So apologize for any confusion, but tree trimming is an operation and maintenance expense.
Thank you. I just was a little confused. I wanted to make sure that we weren't borrowing money for operations.
No, that's good.
Trying to do infrastructure.
Good catch. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. James, Mr. Young, I'm looking at page 17, and this is just, you may not necessarily have this information readily at hand, but I'm looking at extensions to serve new customers. 18 million, and I added up all of these together, they come out to about 122 million. So mine is sort of a historical question. This amounted to about 15% of our capital spend for this fiscal year. How does that 15% spend relate to previous years? Are we always about 15% that we're looking to spend on, actually extensions and serving the customers? And I'm looking at this is under the electric.
Danny, do you want to address that? I couldn't quite hear everything you asked. Okay.
Right. So we typically have a fairly significant amount of dollars. And of course, this depends, on the economy and the interest rates and so on. But this is essentially new development, subdivisions, apartments, commercial businesses, et cetera. And so this 2021 budget is a little higher than, for example, our 2019 actuals. But we attempt to make our predictions based on work that's in the hopper, more or less, currently. We also have some of the additional spending related to 5G infrastructure, which would be related to poles and so on, for which the 5G communication carriers would attach to. And we also have contributions in aid of construction. I'm sorry.
Let me just interrupt you for a second. Where I'm getting to with this is, and I'm not necessarily needing any details about this particular budget. It's more so long-term, or going back and looking 15, 20 years, whatever the case may be. And this would sort of lend itself to the discussions that we've had previously. If we look at any previous years, if I may just formally ask for this as a separate request, but and I'm looking at this, I don't know if we look at 19, 18, 17, and how far we go back, where extensions to serve new customers is the largest spend in any given year. That goes back to the discussion that we were having earlier about the spend that takes place for our existing customers and the need to build and to go back and to address the infrastructure, which were some of the discussions that we were having earlier. So that's sort of what I was getting to with this question. If this has been the constant thing for, however, if we've been doing this for 20 to 30 years, this explains why it was such a great need for us to go the infrastructure route this year. That's where I was going with this. I've never don't recall seeing this presented. And it may not have set off a light bulb in my head, but I'm just looking at it right now to basically say this to me, this justifies why, if this has been the case for the past 15, 20, 30 years, we see why we needed the infrastructure and why we haven't been able to address those concerns up until now.
Well, and let me point out too that a significant portion of this type of work, the customers make a contribution to that. So there is a line called contributions in aid of construction in the budget that reflects their payment toward at least a sizable portion. But to your point, to the extent that our crews are involved in establishing new service for customers, then their resources are tied up to some extent from the other work, the retrofit work, which is why we need some additional contracting help to catch up to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't see any other council members in the queue, and unless anybody has an objection, we'll do a committee vote on this in 2 weeks on November 3rd, and I'll be happy to explain to the MLGW board tomorrow the 2-week delay. But if we still take an up or down vote on this on November 17th, that'll be one of the earliest, at least in my memory, that we've voted on the budget in whole. Any other comments or questions, concerns from council members? All right, see none. Thank you very much, everybody. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, colleagues. We'll go ahead and take our lunch break, and I will see you all back with Chairman Smiley.
Okay, it is 1:01. I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, Transportation, General Service Committee to order. But could you please call roll?
Sure. Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Colvett,
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Councilman Morgan, Councilman Ford. Oh, thank you. Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
She's here.
Present. Okay, thank you. Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle,
Here.
Councilman Canale, Councilman Warren, and Chairman Jones, I called you out of order, but you're present as well.
Okay. We have 3 items on the agenda today. The first
Warren is present.
Thank you, Councilman
Okay.
Ford.
I'm doing 2 meetings right now at the same time.
I'm sorry, Councilman Warren said he was present.
I'm present.
I believe we're all set. We have 3 items on the agenda today. The first, a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $1,616,303 to rehabilitate a flood control pump station on North 2nd Street near Marble Avenue, funded by 95% stormwater revenue bonds and 5% sewer capital pay-go. District 7, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Is there anyone here to speak to this, and can I get a motion to second?
Move it.
Second.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Smiley. This is Scott Morgan, Senior Environmental Administrator, filling in for Director Connect. This project is a rehab of an existing flood control pumping station located North 2nd near Marble. It has a dual function. The primary function is stormwater flood control, but also it does have some sewer infrastructure in it as well. And we need to do rehab of both the stormwater side and some sewer infrastructure. It was an MBE goal of 9% and a WBE goal of 2%. And the contractor met the approved goals.
I don't see any questions in the queue. Could you repeat those goal numbers again for me?
Yes, sir. It was a separate goal. So it was an MBE goal of 9% and a WBE goal of 2%.
Okay. And is there any reason why those numbers are significantly lower than some of the other numbers we've been seeing?
It just fluctuates based on the type of work it is. I mean, this is heavy electrical, so a lot of the gear and equipment probably has a lower goal than what typically would be given for like a lot of site work or pipe infrastructure. So this job is primarily an electrical rehab. So we have a lot of medium and high voltage switch gear, and that's probably the reason why.
Okay, so I'm assuming, I guess there aren't many MWBE businesses in the field.
I would assume so. There are suppliers there are some suppliers that are in that field, but I guess the number of folks in that field don't warrant a higher goal.
Okay, that's all for me. Anyone else is in the queue? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Can we get a roll call vote on this one?
Yes. Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilman Colvett.
Yes.
Chairwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councilman Ford also said yes.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Excuse me. Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Canali, Councilman Warren,
Aye.
and Chairman Smiley.
This item is approved. Item number 2, a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $80,403 to rehabilitate a flood control pump station on 2nd Street near Mar Avenue to be funded by 5% sewer and 95% stormwater revenue bonds. District 7, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Mr. I get a motion. I get a second.
Second Johnson.
Okay, and Mr. Morgan, I hear you're going to speak to this item as well.
Yes, sir. This item is in line with item number 1. It's the same station. We're just splitting the funding for stormwater and sewer to make sure those appropriate funds go to what's being rehabbed in the pumping station. And this is the 5% resolution for the sewer fund.
Okay, and I'm assuming those MWB numbers and those numbers are still the same, 9% and 2%.
Yes, sir. It was one bid, and the contractor successfully, bid it and met those numbers. So it's one project from the contractor and the city's point of view, but we're splitting the funding to pay for this respective infrastructure.
Okay. Can we have a roll call on this item? Roll call vote.
Yes, a roll call vote. Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Chairwoman Robinson, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan, Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Canali, Councilman Warren,
Aye.
and Chairman Smiley.
Aye. This item is approved. Item number 3, a resolution to remove the FY 2021 capital paygo funding source of $30 million and replace it with an allocation and appropriation of $115 million revenue bond sewer assessment and rehab project number SW05001, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion a second?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Carlisle. Mr. Morgan, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you. This is a resolution to remove $30 million from the approved CIP budget back in September 1st of 2020. This council approved the issuance and sale of $135 million sanitary sewer system revenue bonds, and that sale has gone through. And this is to remove the capital paygo part of the CIP and replace it with sewer bonds so we can use the money from the bonds to rehab the sanitary sewer system for that project number.
Okay.
And that sale will last approximately 2.5 to 3 years.
Okay. Councilman Jones, I see you in the queue.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Do we have a planned use of funds for the money that we're foregoing to use under this project?
Yes, sir. We have a general list. So this is all related to the federal consent decree that the city is under. And so these funds will be used to help all those improvements, whether it's assessment work on what's remaining of the sewer system, as well as rehab and replacement of existing infrastructure and construction. So we have a general idea of what these funds will be used for the next 2.5 to 3 years. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Carlisle, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to follow up on the heel of Councilman Jones' question, make sure that I'm abundantly clear. We're substituting $150 million in revenue bonds for these specific projects, but the $30 million is, generally speaking, already earmarked. Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. When council approved the FY21 budget, it approved $50 million for FY21 for this project number, and 30 million was capital pay-go, and 20 million was 20 million was sewer bonds. So that was prior to the sale. So since we have now successfully sold the sewer bonds, we won't need that capital pay-go money anymore. So that's why we're swapping it out for the bond sale. So essentially we already have 20 million in bonds that was approved in 21. So
out of the sewer fund?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. Not out of the, sorry. Thank you for the clarification.
This is all sanitary sewer fund.
That's what I thought. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. All right, thank you. I yield back, Chair.
All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear on this item. Brooke, can we get a roll call vote?
Yes. Councilwoman Logan?
Aye.
Councilman Colbert?
Yes.
Chairwoman Robinson? Councilwoman Swearingen?
Aye.
Councilman Morgan? Councilman Ford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Okay. Okay, I will.
Councilman Jones?
Aye.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Carlisle?
Yes.
Councilman Canale? Councilman Warren?
Aye.
And Chairman Smiley.
This item is approved. The Public Works Solid Waste Committee stands in adjournment.
We are ahead of schedule. Our next meeting is scheduled to begin at 1:45. Councilman Colbert, would you like to start a little earlier or?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is October 20th, 2020. The time is 1:45. I call to order.
How long?
It is the 20th of October all day long. And since this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Mr. Jones, all day long, I need to see you in a pink shirt or pink tie by council session.
It's pink.
Oh, all right. I like it. I can work with that. Okay, seeing it is the 20th all day and the time is now 1:46, let's crank it up. We have 4 items on the agenda. Let's get started with the roll call. Brooke or Bryson, can I get a roll call?
Yes. Councilwoman Logan?
I'm sorry, I was on mute.
Okay, go ahead, Bryson.
My fault. Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman, thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Colvette.
I am here as well. Chair observes a quorum. Anybody not formally named to this committee is certainly welcome to the table. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 items on the agenda, but item number 4, that is SUP 20-12, 2939 South 3rd Street and 2920 New Horn Lake Road, has asked to hold until the 1st of December. There being no objection, staff, let's make sure, because I believe that's on our agenda. I think that's item 5, if I remember correctly. Make sure we announce that in executive. All right, let's get it going. As always, remember what we're trying to do here. I'm going to call the case. I am going to ask for no recommendation. We'll move it, second it. Josh Whitehead will present the case, and then we'll direct all questions to Josh about the nuts and bolts. Any positions or comments about the case itself, suggest you hold that until full council when the applicant and the opposition can speak. That being said, if it's okay with colleagues, we're going to combine, because it's pretty much the same deal, items 1 and 2, that is Z20-08, 580 and 584 Beltline, and SUP 20-08 Beltline Street, Boston Street, and Southern Avenue. Can I get a motion to send to full council with no recommendation?
Second. Swearingen.
I got a motion by Warren, seconded by Swearingen. Mr. Whitehead, would you present the case to us, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Josh Whitehead, the zoning administrator for the Division of Planning and Development. Can you hear me fine? Okay, thank you. And Ms. Hyman, I'll get us started, but if you could enable me to share my screen. These first 2 cases are companion cases. The first, let me go to number 2 first. Number 2 is before you because this body, the city council, must act upon any request for a gas station not at a major intersection. Item number 1 is required because a piece of this 1-acre tract, not at an intersection, is currently zoned residential. So that is why they are companion cases, both required to enable this service station to be constructed. This property is located on the north side of Southern. If you're familiar, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned Horn Lake Road. With the closure of Old Horn Lake Road underneath the Illinois Central tracks, the Boston Street underpass is now our longest underpass in the city. And when you travel out from under that underpass, you hit Southern Avenue, and right before you is a 2-bay retail store that it has a liquor store on the left-hand side and a convenience store called Beltline Mart on the right-hand side. Around the corner along Boston, north of Southern, is a club. I think most recently it was a motorcycle club.
this proposal, and I still don't have screen sharing ability, but I can paint a picture narratively, we hope. The proposal here would be to demolish all of those buildings, the liquor store, the convenience store, and the former motorcycle club, and build a more modern convenience store with gas pumps in the middle or in front. This would flank both Boston on the right, on the east, and Beltline on the left or on the west. And as I said, the case number one would enable the rezoning of a small residentially zoned parcel that is currently encumbered by a, I believe, abandoned building. So that abandoned building house would be demolished, rezoned, and also be part of this proposal. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitehead. I'm sorry I didn't start the queue up. Wait a minute. Do I see Council Lady Swearingen in the queue?
Yes, sir. Thank you very kindly. This item was on the agenda during the previous council meeting. I asked for a 2-week delay because I had not had the opportunity to meet with the developer nor the consultants, nor had I had the opportunity to meet with the constituents in that area. However, through my staff, I was able to reach out with them. I was able to go out and visit the sites. This is the area between Boston and Beltline on Southern. It's really across the street from Coca-Cola, if you can envision that. I think this will be a great uplift to that area. He shared that there is a residential area. However, there aren't any homes within 300 to 400 feet of the business. They have purchased the entire corner of the entire block of that area. They have the convenience store. However, they have purchased the liquor store and the motorcycle or bar that's adjacent on both sides. So they will have that entire corner. I asked them during the games, anything that's held at the Liberty Bowl, how will they be able to monitor the traffic? They're going to tear down all of that property and they're going to move it back a space or two so that people will be able to have a turnaround space. In addition to that, you will have an access to traffic on Southern, and you will have an access to traffic on Beltline and Boston, where you can go on the back end and not have to enter Southern itself. So I was in agreement with it. I think it'll be a great uplift, and I would like to encourage my constituents to vote favorably.
Thank you, Council Lady. Council members, I have no opposition, either in writing or wishing to be heard at the main meeting. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Josh, so hearing what Councilwoman Swearinger was saying, they own or control the parcels that are on the pin corners at Southern Beltline and Boston, but this in particular, this proposal for them is really talking about where the link market is and then moving to the north 2 parcels. And that is where this specific case is for?
That is correct. Yes. Okay.
So the zoning change is for the northern parcels, and then the special use. Remind me, our special use permits, do they run with the land, or will a change in ownership or use require another approval?
No, special use permits do run with the land. So this would basically allow a gas station to be operated by anyone in the future. Now, the zoning code only allows certain modifications to a site plan without going back through the process. So if it's a drastic change to the building or the canopy, it would come back to y'all.
Okay. And then I saw one more note, and it may be atypical, but in your staff report, you mentioned that I guess maybe the site plan hasn't been, sorry, I'm scrolling back up here in my notes. I think it was number 8. Basically, whatever they've turned in right now hasn't satisfied all the conditions, but they'll do that at a later date through staff.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm with Councilwoman Swearingen. I drive by this at least twice a week. A gas station wouldn't be my number one choice, but the idea that we've got somebody that wants to come in, tear down that facility, which is in really rough shape, and build something and invest would be excellent. And so I'm in agreement with Councilwoman Swearingen as well.
All right, thank you, Councilman Carlisle. See Councilman Warren. Doc, you need to you want to share something?
I just want to say that I know exactly where this is. This is a huge improvement for the community, and I think I agree with both my fellow council people. So I'll talk when we get down there. Thanks.
Outstanding. Thank you. I see no other members in the queue. Everybody raise your hand, wave at me if you wish to be recognized. All right, I think you're good. See you're ready. I assume you're ready.
I think Ford, Councilman Ford, were you raising your hand?
Yeah, he waved me off. All right, we're all good to go. I assume you're ready to vote. To send this to full council with no recommendation.
No, give me 1 minute. I do want to make a statement. Mr. Josh, I don't know how old you are, but you brought something up, with the tones, especially down there with the one that we just laid, postponed on Horn Lake Road. I would like to ask all my council members, go back into some history on that viaduct. The one that you said now, the one on Boston would be the longest one. But yeah, the one that was on Old Horn Lake Road has a lot of history to it. A lot of people don't know what it was all about, but I'd like for the council to kind of look at it. I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of the history, which it wasn't good history, but it was history. That viaduct, you would end up going through, but there were some doors in that viaduct. That's where they kept black folk as a prisoner instead of taking them downtown. But I would like for y'all to kind of go back into some history on that and just check it out. But that's where they kept up during that time. And it wasn't good times, but that's what it was used for. And when you had bad weather, when it rained, it sure wasn't good for us. But that's some history I'd like for everybody to kind of look back at what it was used for. That's why it was so long. Okay? But I just wanted y'all to know about that one. The one that's on Boston wasn't made that way, but the one down there was. Okay? Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilman. Everybody wave at me and seeing no one else in the queue. I assume you're now ready to vote. Send this to full council with no recommendation. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 So they
can see us.
Nash, the sign is, your microphone's on, buddy. Here it's unanimous. This goes to full council with no recommendation. See at 3:30. Item 3, SUP 20-11. That's the 3169 Kirby Parkway case. Can I get a motion to send to full council with no recommendation?
Move it.
I got a motion by Carlisle, second by Warren. Mr. Whitehead, present to us.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This may be a little easier to present in a verbal fashion. This is a request.
You just take the cameras off. Take the camera.
Mr. Whitehead, hold up a second. Staff, can you cut off Nash Hassan's microphone, please? Thank you. Mr. Whitehead, you have the.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a request for a cell tower, a 160-foot cell tower. If you're familiar with the section of Kirby Parkway, just south of Bill Morris Parkway, Noncona Parkway, you pass through your first light, which is Mount Moriah, and then there's Lenox Park office to the left and a couple apartment complexes on the right. This proposal would locate a tower in the rear portion of the second apartment complex. Way back, it's about a 10-acre site in a portion of that apartment complex that's currently just a patch of trees. The applicant did present to us maps of coverage of the area. This is a part of town which is a particularly heavily populated with all the apartment complexes, but it does have a low level of airwaves insofar as mobile phone service. This went to the Land Use Control Board and received a recommendation of approval. We have not received any opposition from either that public hearing or ramping up for this public hearing. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead, and I have no opposition on hand for the full council meeting. Colleagues, this is in my district, and unfortunately, I've had a few calls dropped in exactly this area, so I would greatly appreciate your yes vote on this one. Any members wish to be recognized? I see no one in the queue. Wave at me if you need me. Seeing none, seeing you ready to vote. Council Lady Logan, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, I just had a question about the public meeting concerning this. I noticed, Josh, you mentioned that there were apartment buildings close by. Were there any public meetings or meetings with the apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Logan, we delivered 44 notices for a neighborhood meeting, and a sign was posted under the zoning ordinance. When there's a certain percentage of rental or rental-like buildings near a subject site, it requires the posting of a sign for tenants who wouldn't otherwise receive notice. In addition to that, we do have tenant notice requirements for people that live within the area. So if you're an owner occupant within a area around a neighborhood meeting to be held, you'll get two notices oftentimes. You'll get one as an occupant and one as an owner. And judging upon the number of 44, I would say that all of those notices were mailed and sent to the appropriate people under the zoning code.
Council Lady Logan, I believe the applicant will testify in full council, or probably just share that without questioning that they did hold that public meeting and that no one showed up and they stayed there for an hour.
Thank you.
Sure, any further thoughts? Seeing none, nobody else in the queue, nobody raising their hands. I assume you're ready to vote. Voice vote. All those in favor of sending this to full council with no recommendations, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges. Hearing none, it is the opinion of the chair, it's unanimous, goes to full council with no recommendation. Thank you. All right, item 5, SAC 20-17, Pond Street and East Macklemore. Can I get a motion to send this to full council without a recommendation?
So moved.
Morgan seconds.
Moved and properly seconded. Mr. Whitehead, I would present the case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is our final case. This is a request for a alley closure. Specifically speaking, a short segment of the alley that is in somewhat disrepair and barely passable, but we have a condition just in case it is passable, and I'll get to that in a minute. At the southeast corner of Macklemore and Pond Street, this is in South Memphis. Currently, if you're familiar with that intersection, there is a small church. It's now operated as Covenant Restoring Ministries. They would like to expand that very small sanctuary they have and build a much larger sanctuary, and that new sanctuary would sit square in the middle of where the alley is currently. They have purchased the lot behind their current sanctuary, so now they own properties on the north side of the alley and on the south side of the alley. Because the alley is not completely unpassable in what we would call a paper alley, in other words, an alley that only exists on paper, we have provided a condition that would allow for traffic that is in that alley that's gone all this, way from the other end of the block down to pass through the parking lot rather than turn back around. And that condition has been included in your set of conditions in your resolution. We did not have and have not had any opposition on this case, and it comes to you with a recommendation of approval from both staff and the Liens Control Board. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitehead. I see no members in the queue. Wave your hand if you wish to be recognized or holler out. Seeing none, I assume we're ready to vote. All those in favor of sending this to full council without a recommendation, voice vote signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same rights and privileges. In the opinion of the chair, it is unanimous, goes to 3:30 with no recommendation. That concludes planning and zoning. Thank you for coming. and gentlemen, this is the executive session of the Memphis City Council. Today is October 20th, 2020. Call to order. Let's go ahead and get a roll call, please.
Allen,
Here.
Carlisle,
Here.
Obed, Extra Thomas,
Present.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes, present.
Jones,
Here.
Logan, Morgan,
Here.
Smiley,
I'm here.
Warringen,
Present.
Warren,
Present.
and Chairman Robinson is still off, I think.
All right, colleagues, Chair, of course, observes the quorum. I want to thank you for being here and for dressing in pink as we recognize October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I'm looking forward to Council Lady Logan's presentation at 3:30, recognizing the Susan G. Komen Memphis Mid-South Foundation. We have two items on our agenda, but before we get to that, the housekeeping is that item 5 is being held till 12:01. Item 34 is being held till the next meeting. And item 35 is being held and going back to the Personnel Committee. Also, we have same night minutes that have been added to item 13. And I'm sure our add-ons will be to us in a minute. Staff, have we sent out add-ons?
Well, we are a little bit early, so we will get those to you before the end of the executive session.
Sounds great. All right, without objection, we have our holds. We'll get our ads, and say my minutes, we'll get our ads here in a hot minute. Colleagues, we have two items. Let's go ahead and try to knock the first one out. That's item 2, a resolution encouraging all registered voters in the city of Memphis and Shelby County to vote in the 2020 general election. This is sponsored by Councilman Canale. Councilman Canale, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I'll read this into the record and we can have any discussion from there. Whereas voting is a civic duty and one of the most important responsibilities we have as a United States citizen and Memphian, and whereas the 2020 general election is scheduled for Tuesday, November 2nd, 2020. That's wrong, isn't it? Yeah, that's and whereas early in-person voting started on Wednesday, October 14th at 26 locations in Shelby County, and the last day to early in-person vote is October 29. And whereas the Shelby County Election Commission logged 26,839 votes on the first day of voting, setting a historical record for turnout on the first day of early voting compared to previous election years. And whereas during this unprecedented times in the course of COVID-19 pandemic, Shelby County Election Commission has put in safeguards to protect all citizens and make them feel safer. And whereas to ensure safety at each poll site, there are social distancing stickers on the floor. Everyone is required to wear a mask, and there is plexiglass between voters and poll workers. And whereas the Memphis City Council encourages all registered voters in the city of Memphis and Shelby County to get out and vote in the election. And now, therefore, be it resolved, all citizens maintain social distancing and take the appropriate safety precautions while making their voice heard and casting their vote. That, Mr. Chairman, I so move. We are asking for same night minutes. Ms. Hayes, do you please change this to November 3rd, second recital?
Thank you very much. Been moved. Make it a second.
Second.
Second for the.
Second, Johnson.
All right, been moved and properly seconded. Go into further discussion, council members. See Council Member Warren wishes to co-sponsor. Do any other council members wish or seek recognition? Go ahead and wave your hand or hit the chat box. I see no other members seeking recognition.
Ms. Johnson, Councilwoman Johnson.
Councilman.
I'm in the queue.
Beg your pardon?
Council Lady Johnson, you recognize.
I would like to be added as a co-sponsor if Mr. Canali will allow me to.
Absolutely. All are welcome.
Tell you what we can do, when we vote on this, you can call out your vote, and if you would like to co-sponsor, because I see a whole bunch of folks jumping in. Council members, how do you wish to address the group or just be a co-sponsor?
I just briefly wanted, since we're speaking about voting and the importance of voting, I briefly wanted to announce two events of voter engagement weekend. The first is the Get Out the Vote virtual town hall, which will be October 22nd from 5:30 to 7 p.m. We have speakers addressing voting in the past, the present, and future. And also another event on the 24th, starting at 1 p.m. at the March on ATOP, in which both mayors and a lot of notable other people addressing as well as the vice chairman himself speaking and basically encouraging everyone to get out the vote. And from immediately after the speaking, there will be a march approximately 1 mile to the nearest voting location in the area, anointed Temple of Praise. So just want to put that on everyone's radar and encourage everyone to attend and be in support. This is all about getting people to vote and increasing voter engagement. Thank you. And also add me as a co-sponsor to Councilman Canali's resolution.
Thank you, Councilman. I look forward to hanging out on Saturday and getting at least a mile exercise in. All right, council members wish to be recognized. Seeing none, can we go ahead and get a roll call vote and also call out if you wish to co-sponsor? Let's call the vote.
Finale,
Yes.
allow,
You can add me. Yes, please.
Ovid,
Yes, co-sponsor.
Easter Thomas,
Yes, co-sponsor.
Ford,
Yes, co-sponsor.
Johnson,
Yes, co-sponsor.
Jones,
Jones and co-sponsor.
Logan,
Aye, co-sponsor.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes, co-sponsor.
Orangen, Orangen,
I co-sponsor.
Warren,
Aye, co-sponsor.
Robinson.
Thank you. That item passes. Send it to council. All right, that being done, we'll go to item number 1. And by the way, your add-on should be in your email inbox. Item is a presentation on the power project requested by Carolyn Robinson. Is Mr. Fincher still on the line? Who's going to be presenting for you guys?
I'll be presenting Bill McCrary.
All right. Mr. McCrary is recognized.
Okay. I am the
Mr. McCrary,
development
this is the
coordinator.
presenter status. If you could pull up your presentation on the screen.
Okay, Mr. Kenneth Richardson, I'm just doing an introduction. And Kenneth, our architect, he may be having some difficulty. I'm not sure if he's on, and he'll be the one doing the his full presentation. I'm just introducing the group and who we are and our project. And the architect, Kenneth Richardson, will be pulling all the items up. It's kind of collaboration of law.
I'm trying to see, can you guys see me? I don't see my video coming up.
Black, do you have anything covering your camera? Because we see your camera, but it's covered.
No, I don't have anything covering it. I can see the red light blinking, but I don't see anything covering it.
We can see
You may have
your
to share your.
camera.
You can see what now?
We can see your camera. It's listed as an active camera, so it's on, but it's black. So I was asking, did you have anything covering your camera?
You have a Mac, Mr. Richardson?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You have an Apple Mac?
Come back in.
Yeah, sometimes if you've got a Mac, you gotta restart it. The camera won't, it'll show it's on, but it won't access the actual camera.
Okay, all right, I'll log off and then I'll come back in.
You have
But
a
gotta
Mac,
give the
change your
settings
settings before you log out, yes.
permission. Give
You
your
said
Mac
change my
permission.
settings?
Yes, Kenneth, just make sure you're sharing your camera.
Okay, all right.
And Mr. Richardson, on your Mac, before you log off and do that, you need to go to your settings and accept that GoToMeeting can access your camera. Otherwise, when you get back on, it might still be black.
I think he may have already been gone.
If you all can hear me, I can go ahead with our introductions if that's fine.
That'd be great.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. McCrary.
Okay, sounds good. All right, we're the, I'm gonna read our statement of the Tower Project. We're a group of local and out-of-state developers that want to take an opportunity to obtain the city lots located on 369 and 371 North Main Street in the Finch District to pursue our development construction goals of a mixed-use tower building, which will be a boutique hotel carrying 145 to 190 rooms atop of a condos, which we're looking between 75 to 90 condos based on the level of what we do with HOK and Kenneth and the design. The tower structure would be unique to the city of Memphis. Its heights, its location, downtown walkability is a continued priority of local in the city of Memphis. And we want to achieve these objectives by securing a letter of intent, letter of commitment from the city to show that the tower project would have to do our first steps, and that is obtaining the land that is there owned by the city. And in doing so, we wanted to create a group of dynamics to show the city council, the mayor's office, and the administration what our abilities are, what our capabilities are, what we're going to do, and how we can make this a positive, good thing for the city of Memphis as far as with jobs, with room ability with hotels, definitely new construction, modern construction, to bring one of the largest architectural firms in the world to Memphis, which is extreme, and we're looking forward to that. But to also have this accepted by the city and by the residents as what we're going to do in just bringing the city together and saying a group of minority developers who have created a large capital stack. And in doing that, we're looking for obviously pilots, funding, different new market tax credits, different tour guides money, EB5 funding that we're pursuing, just numerous type of incentives that we're going to do along with a worldwide strength of investors who's working with us. So, and to introduce you real quickly who our members are in our team is Reginald Fentress, who is our coordinator with the city and with different persons around the administration, along with Craig Daniels, who has served the same abilities, Mr. Nash Hassim, who's the coordinator of all of our capital stack, our funding, our financing. Obviously, Mr. Kenneth Richardson, who is our primary lead on this job as the key architect and coordinator, and my attorney, Kevin Bruce, who deals with all our legalities and legal paperwork and contracts, and our advisor, Mr. Daryl Cobbins. Myself as a coordinator and the lead developer, we're working all together to make this feasible. And we think that in our first objective is to get the land, which is always the first thing. And once we get the land, we have a very layman goal. And our goal is that we're ready to move dirt. and we're looking forward to making this project go forward. We're looking forward to working and following the diligence of the city and whatever the city requests. And we hope you all take a strong look at what we're presenting and what we are needing to do in order to move forward. And any assistance you all can have for us, we would greatly, greatly appreciate it. Now let Kenneth go ahead and get more detailed into the overall project.
I'm still trying to get this video access. I don't know if anybody's technical savvy. And
Mr. Richardson, I think you got off before we were done. In order for it to show you, you go into your settings on your Mac computer and allow it to access your microphone, camera, and screen, then log out and log back in.
In the interest of time, I mean, I'm okay if I don't have to see his face while he presents. That's all right with everybody else.
Okay, will you be able to at least see my screen then? You'll be able to read my screen, right? Without having to see me.
Yes, sir. Mr. Richardson, you currently have presenter privileges. At the bottom of your screen, there are 4 controllers. A camera, a microphone, and a screen with a line through it. If you can click on the screen, and it's going to give you a pop-up to say, would you like to share? Say yes. And then your screen will be visible to everyone so that you can write. There you go. If you just pull up your presentation, we can see what you see.
All right. Let's see where I want to start. Now I'm gonna put. I'll have and I want to just with the first item that I want to show is actually I want to give you an actual image in the background as I'm talking here. So let's go. And just so everybody have an idea of what you're looking at, that's actually the first high rise I did here in Brickell, Miami. It's called the SLS Brickell. And so I'm showing you this because the image that you saw in the proposal is not a design by us. It was just a graphic representation that was placed to show everyone where the project would be located. But this image I'm showing you is pretty close to what we're going to be proposing to do in the Penn District. And I'll get more into that in a little bit. So I'll go through the presentation, and basically I want to go through this with a who, what, and why. All right, so I'll start with a who. As many of you know, HOK is one of the world-renowned firm, and it's ranked as the #1 architectural firm in the country. You're going to have a powerful combination of men of color covering all of the critical aspects of this venture. We have a Black developer, Black architect, and a Black branding arm in Tyson Beckford. Now, the development arm of our group is Memphis-based, and not just some hungry developer just coming from New York and California, descending on the city of Memphis. And as the lead architect, I am too a hometown boy whose experience and track record has brought me full circle. Now, I grew up in the Whitehaven area, graduated from South Haven High School, and I from there attended Mississippi Valley State University, where I earned my bachelor's degree in industrial technology. From there, I attended the University of Florida and earned my master of architecture. So now for the last 20 years, I spent my professional career reshaping cities and redesigning skylines. And now I bring that blueprint back to Memphis. Now, joining me and the team will be Mr. Tyson Beckford, who made a career of being stylish, and that seamlessly translates to the branding of hotels. This, without a doubt, will be like no other. Better believe it. I want to go in, so that's kind of a bit about the who, and let's go and talk a little bit about the what. The what? We are proposing the first major modern high-rise mixed-use project for the city of Memphis. As another note, not only would it be the tallest high-rise in Memphis, but the tallest high-rise in the state of Tennessee. The design will be very contemporary with luxury accommodation and a Class A offices. Now, the main focus here will be the hotel component. And, well, everything else that's involved will just be complementary. So the hotel is our thing. We think all this evolves into one big, fantastic project. And we just think it's a great mixture. Now, if everything goes well, Memphis will be blessed with having the first Bedford branded hotel in the world. If everything goes right. Now, if you would allow me to continue, now I'll get into the elements I want to share here on my screen. I'll take you through a 3D model, some images of one of the mixed-use high-rise, as you see, which is the SLS Brickell. Brickell is actually like a district within the city of Miami, pretty much like the Pinch district. So that's the comparison I want to make. And this is, like I say, this is probably the closest thing that I can show you that's going to represent the project we're proposing. The project you see here is in Brickell. Now, let me show you another image. This one is now here's the project I just showed you. It's a little bit out of this screen, but I show you this because this is actually a professional photo taken from my balcony. And every day I get to walk out and see majority of the projects that I design and build. And within this screenshot, there's at least 4 high rises and a mall that I had my hand into. So that mall is what you see, that sign, it says Brickell City Center. It's an open air mall that our firm, Architectonica, that I did with Architectonica. So majority of this stuff here, was done with that one big firm. Now, I want to tell you this because everything you see here 15, 16, 17 years ago was not there. It looked like the Pinch district as it is right now. Here, you would not want to be found walking in this area in Brickell because it was drug infested, high crime, you name it. This place was empty. It was an empty area there. And once the developers figured out what needed to be done, this is what you have now. Almost 20 years now. We have, it is now, because of how well it was designed and laid out and thought, it is now called the financial district. And here in this area, it's considered zero crime. I've been here 8 years, zero crime in this area. It just doesn't happen. Now, I'm not saying we're going to solve the crime in Memphis, but I'm just telling you what transformed after this. It's and that's why I love living here. It's a very, very comfortable area to live in. But this is what you get. I mean, so many dignitaries come through here. Trump came through here not too long ago. The Brazilian president during the Super Bowl, all the athletes, coaches, you name it, the commissioner, all of them came here and spend their time in Brickell. That's the attraction you get when you have a development in an area that can attract that. And that's what people look for, that type of stuff, when they come to a major city. I heard the one complaint from LeBron James in one of the playoffs against the Grizzlies a couple years back. Every time they come, they have to stay at the Westin Hotel. And all you can hear is the noise from Beale Street. And they can't get any rest. I mean, we should be able to offer our tourists a better accommodation than it always happen to be just one night's hotel. So we're going to give them something that's, that they feel that's on their level. They will have an area to themselves. They will have access to a lot of things, even within just that tower. So as I talk a little bit more is, I'll go more into the why. And the why is this Pinch district area. This area is zoned for commercial and mixed use construction. It is what it is. This parcel, along with many others, have been sitting dormant for years in this area, but it's considered to be prime real estate. And prime real estate is often, more than not, it's occupied by office buildings, hotels, and condos. And it provides excellent views to the city and at times water views, which is what you have here. The Pinch district checks all the boxes. It's located east of the Mississippi River in Arkansas. It's west of all of Tennessee, where the tri-states converge. We're not trying to be compared to Nashville. Instead, we're trying to push the bar to establish our own identity. project with this location will be supported by nearby affordable housing, who will be supplying the major load of the workers. And in return, this project will support nearby the renovated Cook Convention Center, and the basketball shop. So these places are going to need more hotels. So this is just going to be just a great opportunity. His district could eventually evolve into the next financial district as seen in Brickell, Miami. Now, let me show you just now I'm gonna actually go into more of the 3D things, just to kind of, it's more of a wow thing, if anything. All right. Now, what you're looking at now is you're looking at the floor plan of that project, SLS Brickell. And it's, of course, it has a little odd shape to it, but that's the way the site came out. So if you can follow me, let me humor you here. If you assume this is like Main Street here, where my cursor is showing, and then up here at the top, heading up, that's going toward the pyramid. So just say you just laid this project right there in that spot. That's kind of what you're going to be looking at, where you have your through access on the ground level. You'll have your main lobbies. You'll have your hotels. The restaurants. I'll zoom in. The way we designed this, we had a 5-star restaurant. This was the Michael Schwartz restaurant. I actually done 3 restaurants for this guy he's a 3-star Michelin guy. And then down here, Jose Andres, who's been all in the news with the COVID supplying food. He's also Michelin and a 5-star guy. So these were major players that I did these restaurants for. This is all on your ground level. I'll circle through here. Now, here we talk about, it'd probably be better if I probably show you the 3D. There we go. So you can, as I kind of, I'm gonna tab here and I'll kind of swing this around. So you can see that shape that you saw in plan. So kind of what we plan on doing is on the base, like I say, you'll have your restaurants, retail, your drive-through, back of house, loading dock, all of that will occur on the bottom ground, on the bottom level. And then here, where you see the stack here, here's your above ground level garage. And there may be, depending on what the ground surface, once we do all the testing, boring testing, we'll know if that, if the ground is suitable for maybe a level or 2 of underground parking. But all that'll come in town when we do the testing. And then what we plan on doing is like separate, we're gonna kind of identify where the hotel meets the condo. And what we normally do here is we use the amenity level as identifying that separation. So you'll see here, this, I think right here on the 9th level is where we put all the amenities, the pool deck, outdoor pool, you'll have the gym, spas, all of that will occur on that level. And I'll just swing around so you can kind of see. So here's where our pools were located. We had hot and cold spas out here, and all this will be able to receive sunlight. So if you were actually looking at this bit, just say this was the that Memphis lot, and it was rotated that way, you will receive your this would actually be coming from the east here. So you'll have that early morning sunlight that will hit the pool deck, and as the sun rotates around to this side. So these are some of the things we look at. And then if we also look to get the lot next that's adjacent to us on the south, then you may see that project rotate in a different, it may be in that orientation, and it'll get a little longer this way. So the lots that we have is going to help dictate the design of that project. But as far as the look, this is very close to what you're going to get. So like I said, we'll have the condos that'll be some condos stacked on the top. And as Bill mentioned, it helps the money from the condo, the sales help provide money for the construction. And then as you get to the top, you'll have your we always have the penthouses. We usually have a couple levels of penthouses, and then we plan to have like a rooftop bar, all these amenities, cooling towers will be mixed in up there. So this is kind of the 3D look that I wanted to show you guys. Then as I go back to the floor plan, so now you can kind of see, like I said, that was the ground level. And here is, we call this like the ballroom level, which is just below the pool deck. And we plan on having something similar to that. We'll have a ballroom here where you might have people that want to do private events and not necessarily want to pay maybe that high price at the Cook Convention Center. They maybe want to do something there a little bit on a smaller scale within the hotel. A ballroom inside there is, would allow that to happen. Weddings, just big function, big meetings. As you can see, this is where the last level of parking came up and stopped. And then you'll have on the perimeter, this is where all the hotel rooms on that level, were situated. And then you had all your back of house stuff in there. So as I go up to the next level, then that's the footprint for the amenity deck. Amenity decks, you can see this is all outdoor. I can say all this stuff was hand drawn by me. It was all designed by me. It was the first high rise I ever did, and I was very proud of it, and still proud. It's still my favorite one. This is here. You can see where we have the gyms, spa, workout. Everything's located on just on the inside here, and we created this. We created what we call this a runway, and that's where this design kind of came up, and it kind of split the two pools. And we placed a reflecting pool. So this deck became just, to this day, this project, this building, SLS, they're known for, not saying that, this is where the project we're doing for Memphis has to go that direction, but SLS is known for big parties. So this pool deck it's very integral to any project that they do. And because they host a lot of pool parties that are national and that people come because it's highly recognized. So let me go to, so we have that now. I'm gonna kind of leave this video here. It's just a quick video that shows you, bring it up to kind of show you where this project went to after it was done. Let me see if I still have it up. I'm gonna have it below here. There we go. So that was our grand opening there. Just kind of give you an idea. There you can see the pool deck and you can see the building. There's your luxury entry. And they just kind of loop itself. I just want to show you that just to kind of show you how, that can really look in the city of Memphis. So I'm just going to allow that just to play in the background as I'm just, just kind of finishing off here. Like I said before, this is something that can be the catalyst for other developments, to come along as we're building ours. And eventually this district can lead to more growth, and they also can lead to maybe your more movies been shot there, because now they have something that interests them, that draws producers there to come and shoot movies. It also is going to lure big corporations, law firms that want to come and live and operate from downtown. This has a great opportunity to bring so many things, to this city. And I just think that, the Pinterest is ready. It's right now I see it as the same way Brickell was, which was, 16, 17 years ago, as a blank canvas. And now it's just waiting to be painted on. And that's all I have for this point.
Yeah,
I don't know if people are great. I just wanted to follow up on anything, but that's the gist of it right there.
Man, thank you very much. Colleagues, this is a presentation. There is no motion on the floor. We'll go to discussion, kind of Q&A. I see Councilman Carlisle is in the queue. Chase, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I guess to the group, I always appreciate the aspirational dreams of developments and people that want to invest in Memphis. I have probably pretty publicly known that I've got some experience in trying to develop high-rise downtown curtain wall mixed use development with very little success. So I've got a significant amount of apprehension about the viability and feasibility of this project. Although, you know, I've been proven wrong. I guess to the development team, you know, I recognize that you've got a world-class architect here. We can design what we want, but tell me where you are in the feasibility and the pro forma. Where are you in the actual blocking and tackling of this development? Have you done a feasibility study to right size the hotel? Done a feasibility study on the condo development to right size the amount of condos, the mix, the square footage? I mean, all of that can be done without having the land under control. So where are you?
Yes, we have done numerous feasibilities which show that we can meet our pricing, which triggered strong investors. But obviously with something like this, it makes a key part of a project of this magnitude to have control of land. Because those who are investing, when we apply for pilots, when we apply for these different things, we want to show that we can't move forward or say we're going to do these things and then we don't have the land to do it on. And we prefer that, which we do have control of different lots in the downtown area. The Pinch District and those two particular lots were well studied, coordinated by HOK and myself. That's how we came with the number of condos, with the pricings, the price points. I've worked with I've done a study a year ago with 901 realtors who came and said that there was a vast need for condos in the downtown corridors, and high-rise condos are a strong need. So,
but you've done you haven't had like a third party feasibility study like Pinkowski or Starr produce a hotel study, or an underwriter produce a third party condo report.
We have on other projects once we've controlled the land. On this one, we're looking to have control and then do all the necessary studies and those things. We just want to move forward based on and obviously we're trying to control that land and it's being competitive as well. So we wouldn't want to do all this due diligence and then to find out that that lot is now under others' control, and then we're out hundreds of thousands of dollars. So definitely, we want to have
that's the world of development to some degree. But
yes,
have you at this time? I mean, I guess for me, this is Friday afternoon was the first I'd heard of this project. Have you had any conversation? I guess I would, and colleagues, correct me if I'm wrong. It's my first year on the council, but typically, again, with such a large project that is going to seek incentives. Have you had any discussion directly with the city administration, Paul Young, or the DMC, or any of those groups that?
Yes, we have on a couple of occasions, and this has all been presented to the city over a year ago. Also, two different committees that we brought this project forth on, and to the mayor's office. And now we wanted to bring it officially to the city council, so we can look at moving forward based on that it's competitive at this time in trying to obtain those lots. So yes, to answer your question, yes, we have. That's been right before COVID hit, and I know that paused some things, but we stayed in continued communications with the city on this project.
And have they made a recommendation on what they think should happen with the property?
One of the recommendations was to work with a current developer, which we are our own developing team. So we said that we would want to go with on ourselves and have our own opportunity to develop this land.
Okay.
And that was Mr. Tom Montredor and his thing, but we're looking to do our own job, and we don't have to go in with another developer.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Intrator, obviously his advantage is that he's got a mountain to climb as well, but he controls his own real estate, which is a significant advantage for him, and prepared to pay fair market value, I think, is our deal. I guess the one issue that you may really have prior to even starting to address the scope and scale of this project for a city like Memphis is I think, I think we're bound, Chief Singh can speak to this, but I think we're bound to go through a public RFP process for that real estate anyway. But I'll let my other colleagues kind of dive in. I'm sure they've got questions. I mean, again, I don't want to stop you in your tracks, but I've spent, and again, I say this only because it's very public and I've been down this road many times. My family as well, 2 decades trying to develop a 30+ story high rise. And it wasn't for anything other than lack of the market can't withstand it in Memphis. But I've been proven wrong, as I've said. I have deep hesitation believing that it's possible. So with that, I'll yield back.
Well, our goal is to show you that it is feasible to do. There is a market for high-rise condos, luxury condos. There's a market for a strong luxury hotel, and Memphis has a market. So we want to move forward.
Sir, it's not that the demand's not there. It's just that in order to get the scale of what a three-story subterranean garage with those kind of footings and that seismic load that it would have to carry on a postage stamp site of about 75 by 148 feet in a seismic free zone where we are in Memphis, that garage alone may cost you $60 or $70 million. Just in the footings themselves, the sheer size of those things would be out into the street. And so when you start talking about, I don't disagree that the demand's not there. Is the demand willing to pay the price, $500, $600, $700 a square foot for a condo times 85 in order to get a return on that investment? Now, the EB5 financing, I don't know if you're planning on it being equity or if it's going to be a convertible mezz note or what that tranche looks like, but it's still a very tall order. It's not that people don't want to live in them. It's just, I think the sticker shock on what you'd have to get them to pay for it in order to make the numbers work, I think we may disagree a little bit. And it's only because, again, I've been down that road many times, many times, including looking at EB5 funding. But I'm probably getting too far into the weeds at this point. I'll yield back.
Go ahead. Real quickly on your comment you made about the subterranean garage. That was just only an option, and I prefer to go above ground. The project that I just showed you, that was 8 level of parking above ground, as we call this. It's basically your base, and that was a 54-story project. So we can do all 8 levels of parking that will support all of that, and not to have that expensive, price tag of a subterranean garage. So that was just only an option, but we can do it all above. It's not a problem. And we can use we'll be able, more than likely we'll probably be using friction tiles, and I know what all that's going to entail, but yes, an above parking will probably be more suitable in this case.
You're gonna need more land then. 75 feet would be tough, but again, let's move on. I'm sorry, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. Thank you for your experience on that. Let's get through the other members of the queue. We can always come back if time permits. Our chair lady is back. Chairman, I can fly this the rest of the way since you just got in, or you couldn't have the ball. All right, I got the ball. Councilman Jones, you're next in the queue. You're recognized.
Easter Thomas was before me.
She opted out. You're up.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thanks for the presentation. I see your question in here, Councilman Warren. I looked it up on the assessor site. The land is currently titled to the Memphis Housing and Community Development. So the city of Memphis owns the land. I also looked up the appraised value for it is $249,000 for the 2 parcels combined. So, we currently aren't getting anything on this land right now. The city owns it from a revenue standpoint. I have a couple questions. HOK, did HOK do the Titan Stadium years and years ago? Anybody?
I'm not sure about the title. Kenneth might have locked out for some reason. I didn't know they participated in the merger.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, I said, I'm not sure about the Titans. It could very well be in our portfolio, but the last major one we did was the Mercedes-Benz Dome in Atlanta.
Okay, I thought I'd heard of the firm before. Yeah. Of course, the Titan Stadium was built over 20 years ago. So, but HOK did the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta for the Falcons.
Yep.
Okay, so I thought I heard of that. You know, from the standpoint, and one of the things that I've talked about when we talk about different properties for development, you know, if I don't care who comes to the table, if you're able to come up with the money to do it, I'm all game. If we talk about, I don't know what the total cost of this project that you all are proposing. Do you have a dollar amount that you was 180 million? Is that the approximate dollar amount that we're talking about to this?
Those are prospective amounts. Obviously, HOK, once they do the full design study, and that would be presented as official. And also, we're securing our possibility of working with Turner Construction as the GC, but we're still in negotiations with that part. And then we'll be able to give all those qualifying numbers to you.
And I'll just give you just for comparison's sake, the project I showed you guys, SLS Bricker, that was 131 million. But of course, it didn't have any underground parking, which is very expensive. So we'll be in the zone. Trust me.
Okay. Well, you know, that part is not the issue that I have here. I'm just looking at the total land value of roughly 250,000 on a $180 million project. That comes out to 0.0013% of the total project amount. You know, if we go back and look at the old police building that is now part of the Lowe's project, we don't know what that is. You know, if an organization can present the financial wherewithal to go out and get the investors to do a project like this, you know, although it was a nonprofit organization, hey, we gave the land it might be Theater Memphis. That was $1 million piece of property that we gave away for nothing. So if we can give this for 250 with the city's right to basically say, look, if you don't come up with a proposal, if this thing isn't dirt ready, you don't come up with the financing in 2 years, whatever the case may be, hey, we get it back for free. We get it back or at the developer's expense. And so whatever we have to do, however creative we have to be for this, I'm all ears. I'm open to it. Like I said, I was somewhat familiar. This is not my realm, but HOK, I thought that may have done the Titan Stadium, but the fact that they did the stadium in Atlanta, we are talking about a reputable firm. You know, to me, it's about the development group being able to come up with the financing to do it. And if we're talking 250,000, hey, we give it to you. If you can't do it, we get it back, no expense of us. We haven't lost anything. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
And Councilman Jones, that's exactly I appreciate that. That's exactly been our thoughts in this matter. And again, with our team being led on one of our financial wings of Mr. Nash Hassim, myself, Reginald Fentress, obviously Kenny, we have a conglomerate of global investors that are ready to move. But obviously, we have to have some sweat equity in this, which is the land. And just bringing HOK in this without land has been amazing on its own. So definitely, yes.
And colleagues, I want to go back into one of the things that I've stressed since I've been on the council. When we're talking about the land that the city owns, we are not in the business of, it's my position that we should not be in the business of enriching private developers from the standpoint of you are deeded some land at little or nominal value. and then you wait, you sit on it, you speculate, somebody comes in and buys it at a certain price. You know, part of our contracts right now is the fact that the city, it's my understanding, and I think I saw Mr. Young on here earlier, that, and this was in working with HCD, if we're looking at projects like this and they don't take off, well, the city has the right to get this land back and do whatever we want to do with it. So I almost see it as a riskless type of transaction. If that's the only impediment of our having some type of buyback agreement for this, or if it's not done in a certain period of time, 250,000, that land reverts back to the city of Memphis. I don't see the risk that's associated with it. Those are the only questions that I have, Colin and Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you so much, Councilman Jones. Councilman Morgan, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I hear what Councilman Jones is saying, but one of the big differences between this and Theater Memphis is where they were deeded over the land to be able to borrow against it to make renovations to their own facilities. And if it ever changed for any reason, it'd be come back to us. In this case, we do have strong interest from other, development parties, development groups, and we could lose the opportunity to have something that's a higher and better use, or if it were tied up in a project that ends up going nowhere for several years before it reverts back to the city, we could have lost the opportunity for years for something to be developed in this area. So I think there is a risk, especially if there are other people at the table. The city council, we don't have the authority to sign a letter of intent. So I want to bring in the administration and ask them about this process. Mr. Paul Young, I saw you're on the line. Are you listening in? There he is.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
So with multiple interests in this property, would we have to do a public RFP that would consider not only, I guess, the bid amount for the property, but also the use and kind of the vision for the area? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So just to give a little bit of context on the property itself, I think that would be helpful. The city acquired this property back in 2017 as a part of our efforts to redevelop the Pinch District. We ran into some roadblocks as we were doing acquisition, so we acquired these two parcels. We weren't able to acquire the other parcels around it. And since that time, another developer did acquire all of the parcels that surround this parcel. And we had then began having dialogues with that development team about the potential redevelopment of the Pinch District. We had had a lot of conversations with the state and still wanting to bring forth the vision for the TDZ. Since that time, I certainly met with Mr. McCrary and their great team, had some discussions, and my recommendation was that we try to work with that team to try to identify other parcels since we were already negotiating. But I told them if we did look towards any movement of the property, we would, one, have to get what we put into the property, which was $516,000, despite what the assessor's site may say. We spent $516,000 on the parcel. And we would have to do a competitive process. And one of the things that we've done in our competitive processes is it's not just about the value of the property. We want to figure out what's going to bring the greatest value to the area around it. And obviously the Pinch District is an area where we have significant investment, particularly within the TDZ, and commitments to the state and efforts to help with the St. Jude project as well.
Where are we in beginning the competitive process for this property? What's the timeline on that?
So obviously the pandemic kind of put some things on hold. And so, we were waiting until we saw some more mature plans for what would happen around the area. And obviously this has come up a couple of times. And so we can obviously push go on the competitive process at any time, but I think it's important to note that we would still do it in the fashion where we're looking at the greatest value proposition. So when Mr. Crary mentioned that I recommended that he meet with Mr. Intrator, that was really what I was recommending, because they own all of the land around it. So it would put them at a competitive disadvantage.
Okay. And I'm a big fan of the free markets and competition. So whenever we, do have and go down that road of a competitive process, and we feel like there's enough interest in the area. I hope as many people put in bids as possible so we can fairly evaluate them and pick the best option for the city moving forward. But it sounds like it's going to be an administrative process. It's going to be administratively picked, and then you're going to propose that pick to the city council for approval. Is that correct?
Correct. City council would have to approve any sale of land.
So I enjoyed the presentation today. Like others have said, it's always exciting when you see kind of renderings like this and pictures and a change to the skyline of downtown Memphis. It's been a while since it's happened. But as far as the city council taking any action or things like that in the near future, it sounds like it's in the administration's hands, and that it's going to be a competitive process rather than a one-off deal with one developer. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Councilman Carlisle is asked to be out of the queue. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
My questions have been answered. I just wanted to know if someone else was already looking at the property, and it sounds like we have a process going that makes good sense. So we'll let the process go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you. Colleagues, I would contend this. We have approved a lot of apartment projects. We've not approved any condominium project. There are pilots that are usually associated, which is a reduction in the property taxes that people pay for apartment projects. When we talk about condominiums, these are property taxes that individuals have to pay on their condominium unit. So the last I checked, there are no discounts or pilots for condominium owners or individual property owners. So my proposition would be, if somebody can go out there and they can sell the and look, it is not upon us to go out there and get the money to do so. Everything up until now has been apartment projects. But, and I see your message here, Carlisle, but my proposition would be, for me, it's a better economic proposition for us as a city if we can have condos that will permanently be on the tax roll. Now, I know I'm operating out of my space, and this is just my common sense talking here. If we can have condominiums on the tax rolls that'll pay property taxes indefinitely, that's better than us having and approving pilots for apartment projects where we've abated the taxes for 10, 15, 20 years and doing so. When I saw something and I didn't realize this, and this type of stuff doesn't come to it. The Mr. Intrator's project right now is 44% financed by public subsidies, one shape, form, or fashion or another, whether it's abatements, whether it's pilots, whatever the case may be. What I'm hearing here has, they may go down that road, but, just from the sense of it, and I just want us, I still would contend, I don't see the risk of us, even if we do have to buy it back at 516, or they can come up with the money to do the 516 of it, or we have the option of that. That still would be just a minor part of this total project's cost amount. But when we're looking at tax revenue, I still would contend, because there are no pilots for condos, and condos pay the full property value of that, condos are better long-term economic propositions for the city versus subsidized and pilots or whatever type of incentives that are associated with apartment projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I believe we'll close it out with Councilman Carlisle, and then we'll address the add-ons. Thank you. Councilman Carlisle.
Yeah, thanks, Vice Chair. Just to read in the record for everyone that's listening, I was just making the difference that pilots, we cannot use pilots by law for sale units, just to get it in the record. I didn't want Councilman Jones I wanted the public to be able to know what he was referencing. But again, a lot of these things we're talking about securing financing for, and the condo market financing for Memphis is zero, which is why we don't have them built, because they're difficult to achieve. What I'll go back and say is, though, is because something is appraised, we do an appraisal and a reappraisal every 3 or 4 years. I can't remember. Cheyenne, is it 4 years we do our reassessments?
4
years. So
let me interject as well. That would be an exempt piece of property, so the actual value would have to be reviewed again prior to it being official.
That is why you're the boss. The point is that the property may not be what the assessor's website is not the true market value of the property. So you run afoul of kind of two things. One, just because it says 230, it could be worth $1 million. Two, that's as is based on potential sales comps. But the use of it could increase the value. It may be worth $10 million to me because I'm going to build something that's worth $50 million. And it could be worth $2 million to someone who's going to build a small restaurant because that's all that they can substantiate to pay their debt service out of based on the performance of the restaurant. So we're splitting hairs here. I think Councilman Morgan said it best. We've got a process in place. I appreciate the aspirational nature of this. I really do wish you the best, but I've got concerns about the feasibility of it, having gone down this road many times before. But I would ask that you work with Mr. Young and Jennifer Oswald and the mayor's office to figure out maybe some alternative sites or how you can proceed to do some of the feasibility without control of this site. So that I'll yield back, Chair.
All right. Thank y'all very much. That was a great presentation. Good back and forth. Good beginning to the conversation. Colleagues, let's get our housekeeping items out of the way. We have items 42, which is requiring MWBE reports, same night minutes. Item 43 regarding residency of applicants for council emergency relief, same night minutes. And item 44, resolution to amend fiscal 2021 general fund operating budget or general $170,000. Also request for 7 minutes. Can I get a motion to second to add that onto the agenda?
Councilman Covers, you also have item 45, which is the voting resolution.
Including 45.
Colleagues, add item 45. Assume that's also same night minutes. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion, Swearengin.
Second.
Second, Warren.
Moved by Swearengin, properly seconded by Canali. So no members of the assume everything's by acclamation that goes onto the agenda. Colleagues, also a reminder, open enrollment ends October 30th. So if you have not gotten in the middle of that, you really need to. That being said, no further business in front of the executive committee. We stand adjourned for looks like 13 minutes.